11:10 a.m. and 11:23 a.m. 10 days ago, Israel lifted an 11-week aid blockade under international pressure. Since then, limited relief has been allowed into Gaza via the UN and the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Palestinians searched through the rubble of a house in Gaza's Jabalia on Thursday following an Israeli strike. Several people were killed and wounded in the strike, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry and relatives at the site. Israel resumed its offensive in March after the collapse of a US-backed ceasefire that had halted fighting for 2 months.
We were sleeping, unarmed, and we have children. Suddenly we woke up to the sound of a powerful strike, that shook us. We woke up at around 12:30 a.m. We found ourselves our children under the rubble, women in pieces, the elderly in pieces. No one has any connection to any organization or anything. We are just people who keep to ourselves. My brother's children were in pieces in front of us. My father and mother too were in pieces. My brother's 2 little girls' children who were born after 18 years of marriage were also martyred. It was a massacre, a tragedy. And all of this is happening because the world is just watching. No one is asking the Jews, Israelis, why are you doing this? This war is not against Hamas, it's a war against civilians.
Palestinians were seen carrying aid packages in the southern city of Rafah on Thursday, near a distribution point designated by a new U.S. mechanism to deliver aid. As a trickle of aid has resumed, Israeli forces, now in control of wider areas of Gaza, have kept up the offensive, killing 3,901 Palestinians since a short ceasefire collapsed in mid-March, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Israel says its military operations target only Hamas-led militants and accuses them of using civilians for cover, which they deny. The GHF, backed by Israel and its close ally, the United States, said it had distributed about 8,000 food boxes, equivalent to 462,000 meals, since Israel eased an 11-week-old blockade of the war-shattered Palestinian enclave last week. United Nations and other international aid groups have boycotted the foundation, which they say undermines the principle that humanitarian aid should be distributed independently of the parties to a conflict based on need.
Look at the people with mercy. It's enough, Arabs. It's enough. Look at the people with mercy. The people are dying in Gaza. We want food, there is no food. I'm forced to go to those who killed us and filled all of Gaza with blood. What is forcing me to go to him while he is my enemy? I'm just forced because of the food to feed the children. It is very difficult. We want to eat, we want to live. What should we do? It is not easy. We only take food that's necessary to keep us alive. I'm hungry and I want to eat. There is no flour, no food, no bread, there is nothing at home. Every time I go to get aid, I hold a box, 100 people crowd over me, 300. I could not take anything. I just go home. Before, the agency, UNRWA, used to send me a message. I go like any respected person, I take it, the aid, and go back home. Now, there is nothing. If you are strong, you take aid, if no are not strong, you don't. They cannot control, not America or Israel.
Palestinian ambassador to the United Nations, Riyad Mansour, delivered an emotional address to the UN Security Council on Wednesday, breaking down in tears as he described the suffering of Palestinian children amid the ongoing war in Gaza.
Since Israel broke the ceasefire in March, over 1,300 Palestinian children have been killed, and around 4,000 have been injured. These are children. Children. And still, a war against barbarism. Children. dozens of children are dying of starvation. The images of mothers embracing their motionless bodies, caressing their hair, talking to them, apologizing to them, is unbearable. How could anyone tolerate this horror?
Israel launched its military campaign in Gaza in retaliation for the Hamas-led attack on communities in southern Israel on October 7, 2023, that killed some 1,200 people and saw 251 hostages abducted into Gaza. Gaza officials say the assault has killed more than 54,000 Palestinians, turned much of a crowded coastal enclave into a wasteland. Meanwhile, Israelis guarded at Tel Aviv's Hostages Square on Wednesday to mark 600 days of a war and captivity for the hostages in Gaza. People chanted, waved flags, carried banners and posters of hostages still held in Gaza.
My heart is broken. I feel bad that my country can't bring back all the hostages. And I'm very disappointed also from the world that doing almost nothing. You know, there is people in captive and nobody feels like they really care. You know, they say that Gaza is starving and our hostages is also starving and no one talk about them.
I'm very frustrated, I'm very angry, I'm very worried. And it's a situation that we have never been before, and we just want them back, all the 58 of them. It's enough. We must bring them. You see on my shirt, we must bring them now back. We don't want the fight anymore. Bring them back and then decide what you want to do with the Hamas. But now, every second, every minute is important. We must bring them home to their families, to our feeling that our country doesn't leave them there to die.
Today we're protesting the fact that for 600 days the hostages have been rotting in Gaza, and we have just now broken into the Likud headquarters, sitting in front of Bibi Netanyahu's office. We have people who are sitting there for 600 minutes. Their idea is to sit there quietly and not bring any violence, but to sit quietly for 600 minutes to protest the fact that for 600 days we haven't had our hostages back, and that's all we're doing.
Israeli police evacuated protesters who had entered Likud headquarters building in Tel Aviv. On March 18, Israel effectively ended a January ceasefire agreement with Hamas and renewed its military campaign in Gaza. Hamas and allied factions began firing rockets and attacks 2 days later. Hamas has said it is willing to free all remaining hostages seized by its gunmen in attacks on communities in southern Israel on October 7, 2023, and agreed to a permanent ceasefire if Israel pulls out completely from Gaza. Netanyahu said Israel would only be willing to agree to a temporary ceasefire in return for the release of hostages, vowing that war can only end once Hamas is eradicated. Yemen's Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi denounced Israeli airstrikes that targeted Sana'a International Airport, causing the destruction of a Yemeni Airways aircraft and a disruption in operations. In a televised address, al-Houthi reaffirmed his group's support for Palestinians.
Regarding the Israeli aggression on Sana'a Airport today, which comes within the context of the ongoing Israeli aggression targeting our nation in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, it also aims, concerning our country, to pressure the honorable stance of our dear people and our nation's principled position in supporting the oppressed Palestinian people. No matter the extent or repetition of Israeli aggression, it will not affect the stance of our dear people in supporting the Palestinian people. This is an Islamic, religious, moral, and humanitarian duty that cannot be abandoned. Additionally, the Israeli enemy's attempts, particularly at this time, may include trying to hinder the transportation of pilgrims for the Hajj pilgrimage. However, God willing, they will fail in all of this. Our stance remains steadfast. The repeated restoration of the airport is necessary to ensure the continuation of operations, whether for transporting pilgrims, patients, or travelers.
Israel said it has struck Houthi targets, including the last remaining plane used by the group at Sana'a International Airport, after the Yemeni militants launched missiles towards Israel a day earlier. Airport is the largest in Yemen and came back into service last week after temporary repairs and runway restoration following previous Israeli strikes. It was mainly being used by UN aircraft, and the plane destroyed in the latest Israeli strikes. 3 other Yemeni Airways planes were destroyed in an attack earlier this month. Up ahead, China offers Pacific Islands increased support in addressing climate change. U.S. envoy for Syria raises flag over Damascus residents as ties improve. Details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the meat market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Arthur Duchesne, 23, had secured a scholarship to pursue a master's in sports science at Harvard University, but his plans were thrown into uncertainty after the Trump administration ordered U.S. missions abroad to halt new student visa appointments. Duchesne, set to visit the U.S. for the first time, said he's now anxious about the status of his visa.
Someone in the United States has more advanced equipment or a certain training, a certain mindset, a certain knowledge that I don't have, and going to the United States and exposing myself to that person or that mentality would allow me to learn a lot of things. It's this knowledge transfer that is very important, and I think student mobility, but I'm speaking not only of my student level, but it can be from professors, postdocs, and doctoral students, is very interesting and very important. This would be my first time in the United States. I've never been there for vacation, or for any other reason. So, from that angle too, it's a bit of a shame because it would be incredible to go to the US.
The move is part of Trump's broader immigration crackdown aimed at increasing deportations and revoking student visas. Also, a 28-year-old Indian student set to pursue a master's in management at the Columbia University said his dreams have been crushed by the Trump administration's directive to halt new visa appointments for international students. The student, who withheld his name, described struggling to secure a visa interview at the U.S. Embassy in India amid the administration's crackdown on immigration. Protests erupted at Harvard, where students and professors denounced the funding cuts and expressed support for foreign students. Students called the U.S. a global leader in education and had worked for years to gain admission to an Ivy League school. Rachna Gupta from Edu Haven believes the visa freeze is temporary.
The recent developments, which started on the 27th of May, have been slightly disturbing, wherein the US state has halted a process wherein international students getting visas, they've halted that process of new visa interviews. However, students who've already got their interview slots, etc., they can go ahead, but fresh visa interviews has been stalled, and also the development about Harvard intake of international students, that is also slightly concerning. To analyze the whole situation, this is happening, this is a temporary phase, what we feel, and I've been speaking with US embassies and officials at universities and other partner universities, etc., and I feel this is a very temporary situation. It is basically because of administrative internal policies, and so the US Department of State is making certain adjustments for security and for efficiency.
A U.S. federal judge is expected to rule soon on whether the government can proceed with revoking Harvard's authority to enroll international students. In the same vein, China said it firmly opposes the United States' plan to revoke visas from Chinese students and urged its Western rival to be more constructive towards stable bilateral relations, China's foreign ministry said on Thursday. China has launched a protest over U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's announcement of a move. The U.S. used ideology and national security as a pretext for its decision, which harms legitimate rights and interests of its students, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said at a regular news briefing.
The U.S. has unreasonably canceled Chinese students' visas under the pretext of ideology and national security, which has seriously damaged the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese students and disrupted normal cultural exchanges between the two countries. China firmly opposes this and has lodged representations with the U.S. This politically discriminatory practice by the U.S. exposes the lie of so-called freedom and openness that the U.S. has always touted, and will further damage their own international.
In another development, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi pledged increased support for the world's second-largest economy to Pacific Island countries in addressing climate change during a summit in Jiangmen. The world's biggest bilateral lender would undertake 100 small but beautiful projects across Pacific Island countries over the next 3 years, Wang said. Beijing would also invest $2 million at the island countries' clean energy, fisheries, oceans, low-carbon infrastructure, and tourism sectors. The statement added an amount in line with downturn in Chinese lending as its $19 trillion economy slows. China's renewed push to boost its influence with Pacific Island countries comes as U.S. aid programs to the region have been frozen. Several nations have been hit with hefty U.S. tariffs. The U.S. envoy for Syria, Thomas Barrack, raised the American flag over the ambassador's residence in Damascus on Thursday for the first time since the embassy closed in 2012, a year after conflict broke out. After months of relatively little engagement with Syria's new administration, the U.S. has rapidly built ties in recent weeks. U.S. President Donald Trump met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, in Riyadh in mid-May, and its administration eased U.S. sanctions on the country. Barrack was also U.S. ambassador to Turkey, was named as Syria's U.S. envoy on May 23, and is on its first official visit to the country. The U.S. closed its embassy in Damascus in February 2012, nearly a year after protests against then-President Bashar al-Assad devolved into a violent conflict that went on to ravage Syria for more than a decade. French President Emmanuel Macron awarded its Indonesian counterpart Prabowo Subianto with France's highest honor on Thursday, then a visit to a military academy in Magelang, Central Java. The French leader also had a chance to meet and chat with military cadets while learning the French language in a classroom on Thursday. On Wednesday, France and Indonesia signed a preliminary defense pact that could lead to new orders of French military equipment, including Rafale fighter jets and Scorpion submarines. Macron arrived in Jakarta from Vietnam on Tuesday night on the second leg of his Southeast Asia tour. French president is scheduled to fly to Singapore on Thursday. The Kremlin said on Thursday it was still waiting for a response from Ukraine on Russia's proposal to hold the next round of peace talks in Istanbul in June 2 to begin discussions on draft memorandums for a peace accord. Russia on Wednesday proposed a new round of direct negotiations aiming to present Ukraine with a memorandum outlining what it described as a key element for overcoming the root causes of the conflict. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said that so far Moscow has not received a reply from Kyiv. When asked to comment on Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andrei Shibela's suggestion that Russia should immediately hand over the memorandum, Peskov dismissed the idea as non-constructive.
You know that we have proposed to meet again in Istanbul on Monday, June 2nd for the second round of direct Russian-Ukrainian talks. There is no answer from Kyiv yet, as far as I know. Russia has proposed to meet in Istanbul on Monday and start discussing these drafts of memorandums on peace accord. Therefore it is not constructive to demand anything immediately or slowly. Here, you have to either confirm your readiness to continue negotiations or do the opposite. The main thing now is to continue this process of direct Russian-Ukrainian talks. It has been proposed to do so in Istanbul on Monday.
Ukrainian Defense Minister Rustem Umerov said on Wednesday that Kyiv had already submitted its memorandum on a potential settlement and called on Russia to produce its version immediately rather than waiting until next week. Previous talks on May 16 failed to reach an agreement on a ceasefire, which Moscow said is impossible to achieve before certain conditions are met. A Russian drone attack killed one civilian on Thursday and injured another one in Sumy region, according to the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. State Emergency Service released video showing rescuers retrieving a dead body and helping animals get out from under the rubble. After Russia said in late April it had ejected Ukrainian forces from Western Kursk region, Moscow's forces have pushed over the border into neighboring Sumy region of northeastern Ukraine, taking several villages there. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Russia has gathered 50,000 troops near the northern Sumy region, but added that Kyiv had taken steps to prevent Moscow from conducting a large-scale offensive there. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with U.S. evangelical leader Franklin Graham on Wednesday, emphasizing the importance of U.S. support amid the ongoing conflict with Russia. Ukrainian president also reiterated his country's desire for peace.
And for us it's very important to the United States not withdraw themselves from, all this situation, the war Russia against us, because Russia wants it. This is their dream.
Yes.
And yes, so we need peace. We want peace.
But we're here to support you and support your country, and we've spent over $200 million in Ukraine since the war started, and we'll keep supporting Ukraine, the people. It's
number one, yes.
And Mr. Isaacs has been responsible for spent months traveling all over your country, so he understands the military problems you face. But we support you.
Thank you for your prayers and that you helped people. This is the most important, to help people and to hold them and to support them, support children. It's very important, and that you financially supported and churches and people. This is very important. Thank you.
In a social media post, Zelensky provided additional details about their discussion, which included expanding humanitarian initiatives such as establishing medical centers, rehabilitating veterans, and providing assistance to orphans and people affected by the war. German Foreign Minister Johann Wedderpol pushed back on Wednesday against Russian accusations that German support for the construction of Ukrainian land-based missiles is warmongering. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on Wednesday that Germany's plans to jointly develop long-range missiles with Ukraine, as well as supplies of its tanks to Kiev, showed that it was already a participant in the Russia-Ukraine war. Wedderpol indirectly warned Israel against a military strike on Iranian nuclear facilities.
So if there is anyone who is not allowed to talk about warmongering, it is Mr. Peskov. Because he and his regime not only makes this verbal, but actually engages in an illegal war contrary to international law, and therefore we do not learn from him in any way. We defend international law by standing alongside Ukraine. The federal government acts responsibly and only enables an invaded country to act as necessary. This war can end immediately, provided that Russia ceases its military operations, and that would be a real renunciation of warmongering. Russia is called upon to finally comply. As far as Ukraine is concerned, we have a common position between Germany and the United States of America. A negotiated solution must now be found. And Russia is called upon to come to the negotiating table. The American president has invested a lot, with our support, by the way.
Russia's Vice Minister of Internal Affairs, Vitaly Shulika, and North Korea's Minister of Public Security, Pang Tu-seop, held a meeting to discuss expanding cooperation and exchange on Wednesday, according to state media. The report added that officials from North Korea's Ministry of Public Security and Russia's Ministry of Internal Affairs, as well as those from the Russian embassy in Pyongyang, attended the meeting. Still to come, Manitoba urges thousands to evacuate as Canada wildfires spread. Portugal's far-right Chega becomes main opposition party. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Manitoba declared a state of emergency and urged thousands of people in northern and eastern parts of the province to evacuate on Wednesday as wildfires spread in central and western Canada. Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew said at a news conference that 17,000 people needed to move quickly, including from the city of Flin Flon. Many will be put up at soccer fields and community centers in Winnipeg and other cities, and federal armed forces were arriving to help transport evacuees, he said. Separately, wildfires in Alberta province have prompted a temporary shutdown of some oil and gas production and forced residents of at least one small town to evacuate. Severe floods in Romania threatening to destroy the Prague salt mine, one of Europe's largest salt reserves, which attracts 500,000 tourists each year, with its spectacular galleries housing an adventure park and a chapel carved in salt. Authorities have shut down the mine as the worst floods in 30 years in the central Romanian country of Agita have swollen a nearby stream, further flooding part of a mine. Floods are threatening to destroy the livelihood of people in the town of Prague, who have relied on tourism centered around the salt mine for decades, local authority officials said. A part of the mine has been producing salt with an annual production capacity of around 70,000 to 100,000 metric tons. Its huge galleries, which also house a medical center, receive tourists, including for medical treatment for respiratory diseases. Laszlo Inyagros, mayor of Prague, said the miners have removed their equipment and machines and were working to preserve another part of a mine, which has not been open to visitors so far.
Miners, are trying to save this area, these galleries, by building so-called sluices and dams to protect it, so that at least this part, the so-called Telegdi section, will not be damaged. We need to look at what can be done very quickly in the tourism sector, what opportunities can be explored or should be explored, so that we can retain as many tourists as possible in Prague. We are asking for help, for someone to come and see what can be done.
Portugal's far-right anti-establishment party, Chega, overtook the central-left Socialists to become the main opposition party for the first time on Wednesday after the final tally of ballots from abroad in a May 18 snap parliamentary election. The centre-right Democratic Alliance of Prime Minister Luis Montenegro won 91 seats in the 230-seat single-chamber parliament, including 2 from out of the country voting. While it garnered more seats than in 2024, it again fell short of a majority needed to end a long period of instability. On election night, the Socialist Party PS emerged slightly ahead of Chega in terms of its share of the vote, but with the same 58 seats. The final tally, published by the Interior Ministry on Wednesday, took Chega's parliamentary representation to 60, while the PS was left with 58. Founded just 6 years ago, Chega thus ended 5 decades of dominance by Portugal's 2 mainstream parties after the end of a fascist dictatorship in 1974, chiming with similar advances for the hard right across Europe. It has long campaigned accusing the country's political establishment of perpetuating corruption, while also calling for an end to open doors immigration and tougher sentences for criminals, including chemical castration for repeated rapists. Montenegro has refused to make deals with Chega and said it will form a new minority government. President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa will meet the leaders of the 3 main parties on Thursday and is then widely expected to name Montenegro as Prime Minister. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, faces growing threats of terrorism, climate change, military coups and poverty, as most senior officials said on Wednesday as leaders marked 50 years since the bloc's formation in Nigeria. Jihadist violence has surged this year in Nigeria and the Sahel region, including Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger. Nations have been recently seeded from ECOWAS in protest over sanctions following military coups. Established on May 28, 1975, ECOWAS aimed to promote regional economic integration, security cooperation, human rights, and democratic governance. However, 5 decades later, military juntas and founding member states, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, have dissociated themselves from the bloc, saying it no longer serves their interest. Countries have formed their own alliance of Sahel states, and a confederation cut military and diplomatic ties with Western powers and sought closer cooperation with Russia. Analysts criticized ECOWAS for its silence when leaders controversially amend constitutions to extend their rule, leading to citizens applauding military coups. A huge chunk of a glacier in the Swiss Alps broke off on Wednesday, causing a deluge of ice, mud and rock that buried most of a mountain village that had been evacuated due to the risk of a rock slide, authorities said. 1 person is currently missing, officials said. Video showed a vast plain of mud and soil completely covering part of a southwestern village of Blanton and the wooded sides of the surrounding valley. The mayor of Blanton, Matthias Belward, told a press conference after the slide that the village had been lost under debris. Stephen Gonza, an official in the Carton of Valleys, where Blanton is located, told Swiss media that about 90% of the village was covered by the landslide. Officials said millions of cubic meters of rock and soil have tumbled down since Blanton was first evacuated this month, when part of a mountain behind the glacier began to crumble, sparking warnings it could bring the ice mass down with it. Thousands of residents of Bogota took to the streets on Wednesday for a 48-hour national strike in support of Gustavo Petro's proposed social reforms. Demonstrations called by Petro are expected to be held in Bogota and different parts of the country on May 28 and 29 in support of a labor reform whose bill was approved in the Fourth Commission of the Senate on Tuesday. The fate of the labor reform now lies with the Senate plenary, which must approve it before June 20. Subsequently, a text will have to go through conciliation as the text approved in both chambers differ. If successful, it must reach the president's text to be signed into law. Lawmakers have previously rejected a reform which would enshrine an 8-hour daytime work day, increase weekend and holiday pay, and require social security payments for delivery app drivers, among other measures. Back in May 14th, Colombia's Senate had rejected a 12-question referendum on the labor reform backed by Petro, constituting a defeat on the issue for the leftist leader. Petro has emphasized the importance of a popular consultation, vowing to continue pushing for it despite opposition from the Senate. Bolivian riot police clashed with supporters of former Bolivian President Evo Morales and coca farmers during anti-government protests on Wednesday. Police shot rubber bullets and tear gas at demonstrators who responded by throwing firecrackers and various objects such as tires and rocks in return. Protesters demanded that Morales be allowed to run as a presidential candidate in the August election. Earlier in May, a constitutional court's decision upheld a ban on any individual serving more than 2 presidential terms, effectively preventing Morales, a political power player for almost 2 decades, from running again. Morales will rule the country from 2006 to 2019 and was Bolivia's first indigenous president, as challenged his exclusion, with groups that support him organizing protests and traffic stoppages. Carson Wallace, corner three-pointer at the buzzer, was exclamation point and a dominant first quarter for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Oklahoma City Thunder, who rode the hot start to a 124-94 home win over Minnesota Timberwolves that ended the Western Conference games in Game 5 on Wednesday. Gilgeous-Alexander finished with 34 points, 8 assists and 7 rebounds, and the Thunder closed out the best-of-7 series. Thunder headed to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012 and the 5th time in franchise history. First 3 appearances came when the club was based in Seattle. Oklahoma City would host Game 1 of the Finals against either the Indiana Pacers or the New York Knicks on June 5. The Wednesday outcome was evidently early, as the Thunder buried the Timberwolves under the weight of a stifling defense and playmaking by Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren. Oklahoma City put the game away quickly, leading by 17 after the first quarter and 33 at halftime. Timberwolves saw their season end in the Western Conference Finals for the 2nd consecutive year. 2-time French Open finalist Casper Ruud said the ATP's ranking system was like a rat race, as players felt compelled to compete in the tour's mandatory events, even if they are carrying injuries. 7th-seed Ruud crashed out of the French Open on Wednesday after losing to unseeded Nuno Borges in the second round, Norwegian saying he had been struggling with knee pain that restricted his movement. asked if the busy tennis calendar made it difficult to take time off and fully heal at the injury. The 26-year-old told reporters that players' rankings would take a hit if they skip mandatory events. ATP did not immediately respond to a request for comment outside normal business hours. Rudd also said the players' year-end bonus was cut by 25% if they missed a mandatory event. Forward to taking some weeks off to heal his injury before returning to a court.
Well, it's kind of like a rat race when it comes to the rankings as well. You feel you're obligated to play with certain rules that the ATP have set up with the mandatory events. And you feel like you lose a lot if you don't show up and play, both economically and point-wise, ranking-wise, and opportunity-wise. For me, I know that these weeks, months are really important for the remaining of the year and for my career. So, of course, if my leg is broken, I won't play. But it's tough anyways, especially when there's a time with mandatory events to skip them because the punishments are quite hard. Both in terms that everyone else will play and kind of gain points and you won't. And also there's a certain bonus system set up that is reduced if you don't show up to the mandatory events. So it's a questionable system because on one hand you don't want to show up injured and you'd maybe give the spot to another one.
Chelsea sparked into life in the second half as they came from behind to claim the Conference League trophy with a 4-1 victory over Real Betis on Wednesday. The revival inspired by the creativity of Cole Palmer at the Rockcliffe Stadium. Goals from Enzo Fernandez and Nicholas Jackson, both set up by the excellent Palmer, plus late strikes from Jadon Chancellor and Moses Caicedo secured the silverware after Betis went in 1-0 up at halftime thanks to an early Abdul Ezzazoli strike. 23-year-old Palmer's 2 assists in 5 minutes during the second half turned the match around for Premier League club Chelsea, and his efforts saw him named player of the match. The victory means Chelsea are the first team to have won all 3 European competitions, having lifted the Champions League twice, along with 2 Europa League trophies in their history. They've also won the now defunct Cup Winners' Cup.
Hopefully can be a starting point to build a winner mentality. You need to win games, you need to win competition, and for sure the trophy we won tonight is going to make us better. But also I'm very proud about the path or the journey we have done in the Premier League. That for me is the most difficult competition in the world. You have to be consistent. It's 38 games, and this player they show during this. That's why after Nottingham Forest my outburst was a little bit exaggerate, but the reason why is just because in 38 games you need to be consistent, and with young squad, I mean the youngest squad in the history of Premier League, it's something unbelievable. Now we have 10 days off, 10 days where we need to recover energy, and then we're gonna start the Club World Cup. The target, to be honest, is go game by game, try to go step by step. But in this moment, we don't have any target for the Club World Cup. Now the only target is to recover energy, because the season has been very long. Don't forget that we start the conference in playoff, not even in the group, and has been a long season.
Manchester United suffered a 1-0 post-season defeat in Kuala Lumpur against a team composed of all-stars from various Southeast Asian leagues on Wednesday. Myanmar's Mao Maung Leun scored the game's only goal for the ASEAN All-Stars in the 71st minute. Ruben Amorim's side enjoyed the worst Premier League season in the club's history, finishing 14th in the season, 15th in the table, and missing out on European football. Ended the campaign with a 2-0 victory over Aston Villa on Sunday, having lost the Europa League final against Tottenham Hotspur on May 21st.
It wasn't a fantastic season. We finished 15th, but I'm hoping that with Amorim's leadership, we'll pick up in the next season. So, yep, all the best, Manchester United. We are rooting for you guys and looking forward to a better season. All right?
As we know, we could not participate in Europa League or Champions League or next year. So we will have more time to spend on English Premier League this year. So we hope that next year we have not much match to play. So we have more energy, more power to win in EPL.
I agree with what Amorim is saying, that there is a silver lining behind it, because as we all know, the Premier League is very packed with all the domestic competition, the FA Cup, the League Cup and the Premier League itself. So when you have less European competition, then your players will be able to rest more within the weekends, and we can concentrate on building our club with just the domestic competition as well. I think that's what happened with Liverpool as well. That's what happened with Arsenal as well. And look where they are now.
If we were here and we won this 5-0, you say that this is a post-season game, is nothing, it means nothing. Of course, losing, we cannot have that feeling. You need to be better on that. But let's focus on the important thing for me. We need to have that belief that hunger to win every game. That is important. We don't have it. We have to win it. And then the second thing is the injuries. I'm really worried about the injuries. One injury now will affect the beginning of the season.
Full-time champion Iga Swiatek of Poland made light work of British Grand Slam winner Emin Raducanu in the French Open second. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
In Nigeria, totally, I don't see any security, because in our farm, in the village, these Fulani herdsmen, all the things that we get there have spoiled. We don't have security. Anyway, I have not heard about kidnapping since this man coming. I have not heard about kidnapping in this ENUGU since this Sepitamba regime.
With the farmers, it's really affecting us. Like for instance, in my own village where I came from, Isuzu, the insecurity there, most of us are no longer in the village. The things we used to eat before, we buy them now. We cannot go to our farmland again, mostly because of herdsmen. So they are attacking us. Nowhere is safe. Even in town here, every day you hear news of kidnapping cases and robbery. So it's really affecting us. No, it's just like all other places that have been affected by herdsmen. So they used to invade the community. In fact, most of the farmland, especially farm settlements, is no-go area now, where we do our farming. So where we are practicing farming now is very small. The major place where we get food, nobody is going there, especially in my own place. Most of our houses have been burnt, destroyed by them. They are still there.
Insecurity is everyone's business, and coming home, because what is close to you is what affects you. Even though you say southeast, but I want to talk particularly in ENUGU. It's becoming so alarming. We've never had it this bad. That one is even afraid to step out of his house. Even in the house self, you are not even safe. In ENUGU here, it has tripled what it used to be before. And they are no longer afraid. They operate in the daytime, in the evening time, in the night. We are not even sure. We can't even differentiate who is the actual kidnappers and who are the law enforcement agencies like the police, the armies. Because most things that happens these days, there are traces that the people involved testify they are sure these people are policemen.
The story of insecurity in this federation, more in Enugu State,
and Southeast in general is an abysmal condition, in the sense that nobody can move or run his business without fear or looking over your shoulders. Whether you might be kidnapped, you can be killed, your organs could as well be harvested, you can even be leached. And all this is a pointer of a failed society. In all cases, we should just be careful because the insecurity has come to stay. Yeah, there's another day that said that when that insecurity lasts for some time, the government actually allowed it to do so because they are almost not affected, in the sense that they move around with heavy muscles all around. But if the government want to curb the issues of insecurity, they can. It could as well be nipped in the bud. First of all, you can make sure that the masses in a whole have employment. The unemployment rate in this country is something else.
Probably okay for now, because as for then, I don't think you can. As for then, you can move anyhow on the road, but you can kidnap people. For now, I think it's okay because the government and the governor, he's trying his best to make sure people are secured, even in their houses, their place of work, on the streets.
I think ENUGU is a bit secure, although the number of people that have complained about kidnaps in villages actually is quite alarming. But in the town, I think the town is a bit secure, you understand. But we in the villages, we do not have police around, we don't have the military around and all that. So if the government can actually deploy people to that environment to take care of the rural women, vulnerable children, then I think it will go a long way in helping us out.
About insecurity in the country, let me give an example. There was this period that my girl had a wedding out in Suka. But because of the insecurity along that road, I guess one of the politicians was even kidnapped around that side. We didn't go. The insecurity was so much. Her wedding she was complaining that none of her girls came. And that was because of insecurity. Also, in our farm somewhere in Oye, then what happened? 2 weeks ago, they said, herdsmen were coming to the bush, therefore we cannot go and have our granules. And I think it's contributing to the cost of granules right now. And the granules, all of them, they are dying because of herdsmen. And the village members, the villagers, they are scared. My grandma is no more going to farm. Everybody is scared about it. So I don't know what the government is doing about it though. But they are not doing enough.
Welcome to another episode of Gender Perspectives on Signature TV, where we unpack the complex ways gender shapes our lives, our relationships, and our systems. Now today we are diving into an often hidden but deeply damaging issue, which is emotional abuse, and the gendered realities that surround it. And so we ask, what happens when emotional abuse doesn't follow the script? When men are victims, when women are abusers, and people generally face harm that society doesn't even have words for. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll continue this conversation after this timeout.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the program. If you're just joining us, you're watching Gender Perspectives, and we're still on the conversation of confronting gender realities of emotional abuse. Now, emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior which is aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. And it also includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and, chronic invalidation. And while emotional abuse leaves no physical scars, its impact can be just as, if not more, devastating than physical violence. And yet, because of cultural norms, gender stereotypes, and silence, it often goes unrecognized, especially when it doesn't fit the traditional narrative of male perpetrator, female victim. But our background reports will help us understand this a bit better.
Emotional abuse, while often hidden from plain sight, is a pervasive and insidious form of violence that leaves deep psychological scars. Unlike physical abuse, which is more readily recognized and condemned, emotional abuse can be subtle, sustained, and easily dismissed, particularly when viewed through gendered lenses. Emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. It includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and chronic invalidation. Unlike physical violence, emotional abuse often operates under the radar, leaving no visible marks but eroding the victim's sense of self, autonomy, and worth. While emotional abuse can occur in various relationships, including families, friendships, and workplaces, it is most commonly studied in the context of intimate relationships. In this context, the abuse functions as a tool for exerting dominance and power over a partner. Examples of emotional abuse include things such as humiliation and criticism like name-calling, insults, belittling accomplishments. Control and shame such as monitoring whereabouts, digital spying, gaslighting, making unilateral decisions. Accusing, blaming, and denial like trivializing feelings, blaming the victim for the abuser's problems. Neglect and isolation like eliminating contact with friends and family. Research and lived experience show that women are more likely to report emotional abuse, often alongside other forms of intimate partner violence. In many cases, this abuse is rooted in patriarchal ideologies that assign women subordinate roles, promote male entitlement, and normalize male control. Tactics like jealousy framed as a protection, or isolating a partner from friends and finances, are often dismissed as normal relationship behaviors, particularly when men are the perpetrators. Additionally, women face heightened barriers in living emotionally abusive situations, including economic dependence, child custody threats, and societal victim blaming. Men also experience emotional abuse, but social norms that equate masculinity with strength, stoicism, and emotional suppression create significant barriers to acknowledgement and help seeking. Many male survivors fear disbelief, ridicule, or being perceived as weak. As a result, the abuse often goes underreported or unrecognized. Male victims may face unique forms of abuse, such as humiliation targeting their masculinity or parental alienation during custody battles. When they do seek support, services are often ill-equipped or biased, reinforcing the invisibility of male victimhood. Cultural norms, religious beliefs, media representations, and legal frameworks all shape societal understandings of emotional abuse. In many communities, women are still expected to be nurturing, submissive, and forgiving, which can pressure them to tolerate abuse. Men, meanwhile, may internalize beliefs that seeking help is unmanly. Even within legal systems, emotional abuse is frequently under-recognized, with many jurisdictions lacking clear legal definitions or adequate protections. When it is acknowledged, responses often fail to reflect the gendered dimensions of power, control, and vulnerability. Emotional abuse is not gender-neutral, even though it affects people of all genders. It is shaped by deeply rooted societal structures that influence how it is experienced, interpreted, and addressed. Confronting its gendered realities means dismantling harmful norms, expanding our definitions of survivorship, and ensuring that no one, regardless of gender identity or expression, is left invisible or unsupported. Only by taking an intersectional and inclusive approach can we truly address the hidden epidemic of emotional abuse. Addressing the gendered realities of emotional abuse requires tailored support and resources. While general services for domestic violence victims are crucial, recognizing the specific needs and experiences of different genders is essential. For women, this includes access to safe shelters, counseling that addresses trauma and the impact of gender inequality, legal aid, and economic empowerment programs. For men who experience emotional abuse, it's vital to have resources that acknowledge their experiences without judgment and provide pathways to support and healing. Breaking down societal stigma around male victimization is also a key aspect of effective intervention.
We're deep in conversation about confronting gendered realities of emotional abuse. And as our background report highlights, emotional abuse isn't always loud or visible, and it certainly doesn't always follow the patterns we expect. Society often frames abuse through a narrow lens, usually a man as the aggressor and the woman as the victim. And while that does not reflect many real experiences, it's far from the whole picture. Emotional abuse can be subtle and gendered in complex ways. It can happen to men who are often silenced by toxic masculinity and shame. It can happen to women, especially in cultures where speaking out is discouraged or where emotional control is normalized as discipline or love. Now, to help us confront these layered truths, we are joined by Ngozi Ebo. She is the Executive Director, Global Initiative for Development, Care of Women and Youth, GIDCOWE, and she will shed more light on this issue and help us explore how gender influences not just who experiences emotional abuse, but how it's understood, responded to, and prevented. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Okay, so let's start with the basics. In your view, what is emotional abuse, and why do you think it's often overlooked or misunderstood?
Yeah, your background has really done a whole lot of justice to the topic. You know, it's emotional, so you can't really hold it in your hands. You know, it's not like it's tangible. And it comes under a whole lot of guise, maybe protection for a woman, you know, being macho for a man. So most times it's swept under the carpet. I was in a meeting and some people were asking the team lead of that group, how do we deal with hurt when someone has hurt us? And he said, when you're hurt, just find a way to forgive and move on. You know, we just have nice ways of just saying, just move on. No. Are there measures? Can whoever has hurt this person be called? Can there be a dialogue? Can there be some form of pacifying of someone who feels hurt? We really don't go into all of that. Just go ahead, just forgive, you know, it's normal, you know. So we wave it off because it's not tangible.
Yeah. So what does this emotional abuse, what does it entail? What is it that will be done and it will be termed emotional abuse?
Abuse is already something that contravenes someone's person. When you try to demean a person, it's a form of abuse. Whether it is through the words you've spoken to the person or through your actions, you know, to that person, it's a form of abuse. You are trying to bring the person a little lower than the person is, you know, as a human being. That's already an emotional abuse. How do we deal with it? That's your question?
No, like what are the things people do that will be called emotional abuse?
When you throw tantrums at people, when you demean someone's person, you know, when you tell someone, I know you are so daft, you just can't learn fast. Some people don't learn as fast as others do, and we must have to understand whether it's in a workplace or it's in a school. Okay, no one should receive that kind of blame game from the other party. When all of that is done, you are dealing with someone's emotion. Or when you try to withhold something that ought to be for someone, let's say a husband who feels, okay, my wife didn't serve me dinner, or I didn't quite enjoy the dinner she served, so for that I won't give her money for food the next day. That's emotional abuse. You're dealing with her emotions. You're trying to let her know that you have more authority and you can determine whether she eats or not, that she's dependent on you. So when these things show up, then one form of emotional abuse or the other is already in place. Or when you don't feel someone's pain, someone is saying I'm pain, that you're like, get out. Why should this make you angry? You know, it's so normal. You know, why should you be angry because of is it just this? But we absorb things at different levels. So if I feel that I am not happy with the way you treated me, I do have a right to my feelings, and you shouldn't do anything to demean it or sweep it under the carpet or tell me that I'm immature
or overreacting.
Aha.
Yeah, because
why are you overreacting? I just said this now. Is that not what I told Peter? Then you now told John, and John says, no, I am angry. Why now? John, you're not mature. You ought to be mature. So when that happens, emotional abuse has set in.
Yes, and so that means that emotional abuse is not strictly for couples or married people. It also goes into friendships and relationships generally with other people. So how do you think traditional gender roles and stereotypes, do you think it contributes to this emotional
To a very large
abuse?
extent, it does. The culture of silence.
Okay.
Whatever is happening in your home, keep quiet. In Igbo parlance, they will say dibundidi, as in when you get married, then you now learn to be patient. So if you maybe are so pressed in your home and you want to talk to your mom, she says, please take care of your home. I know what I went through with your father to get to this point. So traditional gender roles has made it normal for a woman to be abused, or a woman decides to go to a police station to report. They say, madam, go back home, it's a family matter, and it's dismissed at that point because of gender roles, because you believe, what's wrong with this woman? I better go and cook for your children. Your own is to cook for your children, whether you're angry, you're sad, whether you feel abused, whether you feel not heard or not listened to. Go and cook for your children and take care of your husband. So traditional gender roles have so heightened it. A woman does not break kola nut. I was an MC at an event. When you got to kola nut time, they said, MC, please shift. Let a man come and, you know.
That I think that's more of like the traditional part of it.
If I do not have a high self-esteem as a person, you are already demeaning me. You're telling me that no matter where I go in this world, as long as I am female, me and kola nut should not have, we should be parallel lines.
But is it an abuse to your emotions though?
Yes, it is. I am in the room. I am part of the meeting. So, okay, if they were sharing drinks, would they give me? So, why would you get to kola nut and you exclude me from it?
Okay. So, you've spoken about the women, but do you think these stereotypes also, affect men too when it comes to emotional abuse?
Yeah, but not as much as it does for women, because we live in a world where most people will say it's a man's world. So whatever a man does, it's fine. He's the head of the home. He can just do anything. In fact, if you try to abuse him, he will abuse you times 10.
But don't you think that this idea, like you said, it's a man's world? So don't you think they are also boxed in their own way when it comes to expression?
Yes.
And also, how, because they also have emotions regardless of whatever society, tries to. And because of that idea, don't you think it boxes them,
Yeah, it does,
because they also...
Yes, it does, but not to a large extent, because they have lots and lots of options in this world to deal with a woman, whether as a brother or as a father or as a husband. They have lots and lots. In fact, there are many things you would want to do now. Let's say you're looking for a house and you are a single parent, you are female, they will ask you to go and bring a man figure before they will give you the house. So the man knows that it is his world. But at times too, there are few men that go through a whole lot of emotional pain, and because of their ego, and they've been told that men don't cry. Why would you cry? Crying is for women. So he bottles up a whole lot. At times suicide. At times I've heard of cases where a man just takes his suitcase and just walks away from the home. Just leave, oh woman, live with your children while I just take my leave. So these things can lead to outcomes like you explained.
So now, seeing how the society is, and the difference with how women are handled differently and men are handled differently, can you just talk about how men and women are socialized differently when it comes to how they express emotions and how they respond to emotional harm or emotional abuse?
Yeah, how we express emotions from birth. If it's a female child, you're already told, don't you know that you are female? So it keeps ringing a bell. Don't you know that you're female? And let's say you go for youth service and you're back, somewhere at the back of your parents' brain is like, what's going on? What's next? Who is going to marry her? But for the guy, they are not thinking of who is he going to bring home. He should go and hustle and get money, okay? But for the lady, we finished training her and she's back to this house. Does she even have a relationship? So they have tried to wire us that way. So if a woman gets to 30 and she's not married, hey, all the alerts in her brain at every second will just be ringing, screaming. And so she can get into any kind of relationship just to answer that name, Mrs. That's, I think, more of the divorce cases we have is that society mounts a whole lot of pressure, especially on the woman to get married. So she just has to get married. The mom has to become mother of. The mom has to go for ENUGU, and if it's possible, outside Nigeria is better than within Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that makes the woman very vulnerable. At the time she is under her parents' roof, she obeys all the instructions from the father. She gets married. She's under the husband. She has to obey all the instructions. At no point is she a human being. And that's why it's difficult when you come to the career world for women to rise. It takes a man to rise. For a woman to rise, times 10. She has to work extra hard. Because society has conditioned her that you're not meant to lead. So when men see a woman rise, she's arrogant, she's too radical, she's assertive. But those same qualities are what the normal man would have, and they'll say, wow, you're doing so great. So how come the woman has it and she talks too much, arrogance and all? So that's how society keeps wiring women.
Okay. So from what you've said now, not just women but also wires men too.
Yes, wires them to know that they are the ones in charge, no matter what. I've had cases where women work and they have to go and submit their salaries to their husbands. I've had a case where a woman was empowered with as low as 50,000 naira, and she got back home. The man had to use something to break her hand because of 50K. So for the man, I married you, I paid your bride price. So whatever accrues to you, I am the one who should enjoy it. I should be the one to now give you if I feel that you need. It's crazy.
It's really crazy. Okay, so so far, right, our focus has been on the women. And I know I mentioned something about the men, but now I want us to maybe throw a little bit more light on men, because do you think men face unique challenges specific to them, the same way women have their own unique challenges when it comes to their emotions and how they are abused emotionally? Now, do you think men also face unique challenges when it comes to emotional abuse?
So true, they do. Okay. We respond to life differently because we are not the same. Okay, we all wear our gendered lens. The man wears his own and the woman wears hers. So there is no way we would feel our pain the same way. For a man, it's more like a pain of, I haven't arrived and I'm not happy about it. My mates have all arrived and I'm yet to arrive. So it's either he tries to do something to prove to society that he's a man, you know, and when he goes through some form of emotional abuse, he could go into drinking more, or partying, wildlife, just to see if he can take away the pain, or he could just put it all inside, or maybe look for a side chick so that he will live long.
Wow.
He will look for a side chick, not because but in fairness, there are some men who keep side chicks not because they ever planned to, or some men who have second wives not because they planned to, but they just couldn't contain the attitude or the character of the woman at home. So in order to find peace elsewhere, since society empowers them, you can marry 10, you can marry 15. Not like a woman. You can't marry 2 men. But for a man, he can choose, as long as he has his money, he can choose to marry 10. So he could just say, okay, let me try this side chick first for 3 years. If it works out, then I can bring her home. So he can react in any of those ways.
Okay, so that leads to the question, in what ways do women abuse men emotionally? Because in as much as men abuse women too, women also have, their own ways in which they abuse men. So what are those ways?
For some women, it's in what they say, and it's also in denial. Okay, especially when it comes to the family setting, a woman feels that you have not measured up as a man. Maybe she goes out in her office, she sees men and they drive good cars, and you, keke, you don't have. So when she wants to talk to you, she releases venom on you, and it's like, you are pained. It's not what you expect, and maybe you've been working so hard, but somehow life hasn't just been that fair to you. So she could speak some words to you. She could also deny you a marriage, maybe your sexual rights. She denies you, just because she feels that she made a mistake by even marrying you. And she keeps pushing it to your face that you are a mistake. And when she also does not recognize you as a head, because when we talk about these things, we're not saying that a woman wouldn't recognize who the head is in the family, okay? When she refuses to recognize that you are the head, or, has her own counter instructions, and she just pushes it to your face that you just can't do anything. These are ways that women abuse men.
Let's get a bit personal now. Have you encountered anybody, male or female, who has gone through some form of emotional abuse? And, do you have any experience as to maybe meeting somebody or having an encounter with somebody who has gone through this kind of thing, and how they were able to come out of it?
We deal with a whole lot of survivors in the work that we do. And let me talk about one of the survivors. She was a seamstress in ENUGU, and the Christmas period, this guy comes back to the village for Christmas and sees her and likes her, and before Easter or close to Easter, he performed all the marriage rites and took her to Lagos. She said she hadn't been to Lagos before, and she went into that marriage with everything in her. And on getting there, if she needed to step out of the compound, she needed to obtain permission. In fact, she couldn't leave her home when the man wasn't there, except for going to the market or going to pick up her son. But that for her wasn't even the issue. The issue was that each time the man would come back in the evening, I guess it's a public compound, the man would speak to her in ways she wouldn't like, beat her up if he feels there's anything she ought to have done that she hasn't done, to the point where I guess the man was into one form of cultism, to the point where her undies, her panties, she would suddenly start looking for them, okay, and she would ask the man, and the man would just give her a dirty slap for even asking where her undies were. At some point, no money, no business, nothing. Then she tried to escape. I don't know who told, I don't know, maybe someone in the compound told the man. The man came to the park, picked her back to the house. But eventually, over time, she escaped and came back to her family house in ENUGU. And we met in ENUGU when she told this story. So she said she was done with the marriage. So the first, she got in contact with her husband's people to say, we want to return the bride price. And those ones were like playing her. And so we took her to FIDA. FIDA said, go to the court, to the customary court in your village. Since you had traditional marriage, go there and return that bride price if they don't want to accept it from you. So that was what she did, and she had to start life all over again. She went back to her sewing business and began picking the pieces of her life.
Okay, well, that's quite a story. That's a very sad one. Did it aside from the, because you mentioned I believe he also physically abused her during the course of that, but since we're talking on emotional abuse, were there any side effects, or from that encounter, that experience, that because emotional abuse kind of makes someone feel like they are not enough, kind of reduces their self-esteem. So did it affect her in that area in any kind of way, or
okay,
is she struggling with some
maybe
form
I should
of...
give you the other part of the story, because she said that when she came back for 4 to 5 months, her family made her stay indoors, not to come out, because she was looking so emaciated. She needed to get her psyche back, so she stayed indoors for 4 to 5 months before she started coming out to her mom's shop. A whole lot of damage was done to her, the psychological, for typically not for the Gen Zs, but for those who were born in maybe 70s or early 80s, when they go into marriage, they actually go in with all their heart and they're not wishing to come out, so these things, they look like they truncate somebody's life, truncate all your plans. After 10 years, you're back to square zero. You feel inadequate. Your self-esteem is at the lowest ebb that it can ever be. And for her, she believes all men are just the same. These are the side effects, that it had on her.
Do you think physical abuse and emotional abuse go hand in hand?
Once you see one abuse, there are many abuses that are around. They don't exist in isolation. So once you find physical abuse, check well. Psychological, emotional, financial, whatever is there.
It's all okay. So at the end of the day, one abuse takes care of the rest.
Yes, because by the time you hit a woman, you must be saying something. Stupid idiot. You are hitting her. Oh yeah, get out of this house. All manner of things. So they all go hand in hand. In fact, for that, tomorrow I'm going to give you money for food. Let me come back to this house and not eat. So emotional, psychological. So where do you want her to get the funds? Assuming you have stopped her from working. So once you find one, look very well. The other ones are around.
Well, do you also handle cases with men?
Yes, we do.
So have you handled any case?
The issue is that most men wouldn't want to.
Okay.
But I remember visiting at the House Committee Chairman on Education at the ENUGU State House of Assembly. We're actually planning to have, a men's roundtable. He shared some experiences some men had shared with him, and and said those men wouldn't want to come public to share. So if we could maybe organize a men's roundtable and we'll talk about it, because men wouldn't just want to come out and say my wife has been dealing with me. They'll be like, hey, are you a man? Or you're a woman?
Wow.
their own form of recuperation is different from that of a woman. A woman can be telling everyone, I'm dying, he has not given me food. But not for a man.
Yes.
He wants to, bottle it up and
protect his ego.
Yes. It's an ego thing.
Yes, it is. Now, coming down to our legal systems, you mentioned that the lady, you handled her case, you had to tell her to go to the customary courts.
Yeah.
Now, do you...
FIDA. FIDA is a federation of lawyers. They have branches all over Nigeria, and they do pro bono cases for survivors.
Exactly. So, do you think that our legal system, they adequately recognize and respond to emotional abuse? Because most of the cases are physical. So, but when it comes to this aspect of abuse, do you think our legal system actually, give it the attention?
Even the physical. Let's even begin from the physical. Even the physical. So far, some progress has happened, but we haven't yet reached where we want to get to, even with the physical. At times, the story of Osinachi and the husband, and the fact that he's been sentenced to hanging, like we heard, and I asked myself a question: how come we haven't heard that someone who hit the wife and the wife died, was sentenced to hanging? This is the first time I'm hearing it. So does it mean that all other men, they found them not guilty? I still think that our judiciary, of course, is work in progress, but there is this thing about someone who has influence in society. When someone has that kind of influence, at times it looks like justice is not really meted the way it should be. But for the guy who doesn't have anyone to speak, you are the one who is at fault. All the provisions of the law will come heavy on you. How come we're just hearing of hanging for him? We heard of a case of a commissioner in Anambra State some years back who hit his wife until his wife died. I didn't hear anything again about that case. Nobody sentenced the guy to anything. So we still need our judiciary to,
a lot of work still needs to be done, because it's not enough at this point. Balance. That's a good one. And the media as well. Do you think that the media contributes to the normalization of, emotional abusive behaviors? Especially when the way it portrays gender in relationships and, things like that. Media, social media, all forms of media. Do you think they have...
Media is not out of the society. Media is part of the society. So if a media personnel doesn't understand what gender is about and protection of rights of women, he or she will be the first to even do the abuse. For instance, when someone tells you women dress well so that you're not raped, and I ask, would you go to a stinking gutter and scoop water and drink because you're thirsty? You won't do that. So I am not holding brief for women who don't dress well, in quote, whatever that you're dressing well means. Because dressing for the beach is not the same as dressing for church. So I won't appear all dressed up for the beach, So we all need to be schooled on all of these things. No, there is no reason that is justified for abuse. Not one. Because if a woman is not properly dressed, what's your problem? Go your way. Did she drag you or something? You can as well ignore. Do you know how many things you ignore when you're driving, for instance? Okay, so you would have, maybe you see where people are fighting, you stop. You now go and join because you saw people fighting. So just ignore and go your way. For that thing that you feel that is indecent is relative. It may just be that the weather for that woman is so hot and she decides to wear something that just have, just one slip and you're like, hi, she's even showing all her hands. Just pass and go. So if the media is not trained to understand all of this, they would keep re-stigmatizing a survivor. You were raped because you were walking on a lonely path. You were raped because your cleavage was showing. You were raped because you know you're beautiful and you now made up. Nah, see what
Yeah.
So the media needs to be schooled to understand issues around gender and abuse.
Yeah.
No one has the right to abuse any
Anybody.
person. And when a case of abuse has been established, it's no more between the two persons. It's between the government and the abuser. It's no more Chike raped Mary. It's now, the matter is now between Chike and the government, because it's a criminal offense, as criminal as armed robbery.
Yes, that is true. Now, you know, in our day-to-day encounters and in our relationships with people, both whether in the family or, you know, as married people, there are words, there are certain phrases that people use every day. It seems normal to them, but it affects other people. So are there, some of those language people use in everyday life that might unintentionally, be a form of emotional abuse?
There are so many. There are so many. When a man looks at, marrying a career woman or a woman who is not a sit-at-home mom, if a man is not secure and if a man hasn't decided to let that woman fly, he will so hunt her. And he has enough reasons, backed by society to really hunt her. So you hear something like, and you call yourself the mother of this child, and you don't even know that your child does not have this, and you call yourself this, and you're coming back. Or if a woman now decides to join politics, oh my God. So your own is just to be following men about, and you say you're holding meetings at midnight. But if that woman is a nurse, she can go for her night duty. If she were to be in the media industry, she can go for her night shift. But if she goes into politics and goes for night meetings, there are many things. In fact, you could even tell her that from that meeting, just locate your father's house and just be going. So these things, you could say a whole lot. Or like I talked about a woman to a man, when you think he's not measuring up. As in, that story they told of an empowerment for widows, and a woman whose husband is still alive joined the line for widows. Yeah. And they asked her, even the ondo. When you hear such things, when some women actually say a whole lot to their husbands, because maybe the idea they had when they were getting married is that this man would solve all my problems times 1 million, and now you are in one hundredth of your problems he hasn't solved. So you see him as a failure. So you just treat him like one dog that you just got in the house to protect the house. Well, this is your food. Yeah, we don't have food. No,
yeah.
Such things.
Okay, finally, before we go, what do you have to say to people who are survivors of emotional abuse and also people who emotionally abuse others?
Okay, for survivors, it's not the end of the world. You have gone through a season and determined not to inflict your pain on anyone. Most times what happens is that most people now inflict that same pain that they went through on another person. Or you just want to make things difficult for others because it was made difficult for you. First, you have to understand that it's not because you are not worthy that all that happened to you happened. It wasn't because you were not a good wife, for instance, if it happened in a marriage relationship. So you need to understand all of that, first of all, so you don't begin to blame yourself for the rest of your life. And so, okay, see now, all these other ones, their marriages are working. There must be something they are doing that I didn't do. That's why mine failed. No. Just come out from that and forgive yourself. Look at it critically. Learn your lessons and move on with your life.
And what about those that emotionally abuse others?
Hi. Most times they don't even know.
They don't know.
They don't know. Whatever you do to someone that looks like taking away the person's rights by force, the use of force, because you did this, I won't do this. Even parents self, I remember in those days in school, maybe just that you spilled water on the floor. You will just hear, after all the school fees have been paying, look at how stupid you've been behaving. Just water that you just call the person and say, please, could you mop?
Yeah.
So
it's just to be more conscious of
be
how
more,
we speak.
be more conscious that no one really owns anyone. Parents of those days, not today's parents. Today's parents, they are on the other extreme. Parents of those days would tell you, as long as you're under my roof. And one day they still will die. So what's all this? So understand that you don't own anyone. Even the child that you gave birth to, you are not the owner.
Okay, we have actually run out of time, but thank you so much. I had, so much fun having this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll go on a short break and Gender Perspective continues. Welcome back. Well, emotional abuse is often misunderstood, minimized, or completely dismissed, especially when filtered through gendered stereotypes. And too many people suffer in silence because the abuse they're experiencing doesn't look like what society expects, or because they've been told it's not that serious. Now, it's time for one of the most eye-opening parts of our today's conversation, which is we're looking at the myths and facts about emotional abuse. And in this segment, we are setting the record straight. We'll unpack the common myths that keep emotional abuse hidden and the hard truths that need to be heard, whether it's about who can be abused, what emotional abuse really looks like, or why gender matters in how it's experienced and addressed. And make sure to stay tuned to SLTV channel 265. And until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. When we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have change behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, the school health program is not even noticed. We have the school health program where the nurse takes care of the school child, both ensuring that the learning condition is conducive, ensuring that that child is well prepared for academics, ensuring that that child has good nutrition that will make that child be healthy to receive learning. And also, we also go about engaging them in extracurricular activities, games, physical and health education, having them to do that. In those days, in my own time, we do Oga, we do swear. But now we have them go do play chess, do other things that will make the school child healthy.
We don't have security in ENUGU. In Nigeria, totally. I don't see any security because in our farm, in the village, these Fulani herdsmen, all the things that we get there have spoiled. We don't have security. Anyway, I have not heard about kidnapping since this man coming. I have not heard about kidnapping in this ENUGU since this Sepitamba regime. The government is supposed to know what they're supposed to do because before this thing is not like that. They know what to do. It's not me who tell them what to do. They know what to do in the country.
With the farmers, it's really affecting us. Like for instance, in my own village where I came from, Isuzu, the insecurity there. Most of us are no longer in the village. The things we used to eat before, we buy them now. We cannot go to our farmland again, mostly because of herdsmen. So they are attacking us. Nowhere is safe. Even in town here, every day you hear news of kidnapping cases and robbery. So it's really affecting us. No, it's just like all other places that have been affected by herdsmen. So they used to invade the community. In fact, most of the farmland, especially farm settlements, is no-go area now, where we do our farming. So where we are practicing farming now is very small. The major place where we get food, nobody is going there, especially in my own place. Most of our houses have been burnt, destroyed by them. They are still there.
Insecurity is everyone's business, and coming home, because what is close to you is what affects you. Even though you say southeast, but I want to talk particularly in ENUGU. It's becoming so alarming. We've never had it this bad. That one is even afraid to step out of his house. Even in the house self, you are not even safe. In ENUGU here, it has tripled what it used to be before. And they are no longer afraid. They operate in the daytime, in the evening time, in the night. We are not even sure. We can't even differentiate who is the actual kidnappers and who are the law enforcement agencies like the police, the armies. Because most things that happens these days, there are traces that the people involved testify they are sure these people are policemen.
The story of insecurity in this federation, more in Enugu State and Southeast in general, is an abysmal condition. In the sense that nobody can move or run his business without fear or looking over your shoulders. Whether you might be kidnapped, you can be killed, your organs could as well be harvested. You can even be leached. And all this is a pointer of a failed society. In all cases, we should just be careful because the insecurity has come to stay. Yeah, there's another day that said that when that insecurity lasts for some time, the government actually allowed it to do so because they are almost not affected in the sense that they move around with the heavy muscles all around. But if the government want to curb the issues of insecurity, they can. It could as well be nipped in the bud. First of all, you can make sure that the masses in a whole have employment. The unemployment rate in this country is something else.
Probably okay for now, because as for then, I don't think you can. As for then, you can move anyhow on the road, but you can kidnap people. For now, I think it's okay because the government and the governor, he's trying his best to make sure people are secured, even in their houses, their place of work, on the streets.
I think Enugu is a bit secure, although the number of people that have complained about kidnaps in villages actually is quite alarming. But in the town, I think the town is a bit secure, you understand. But we in the villages, we do not have police.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. It started with rains. It's a bit sunny now in Enugu. I don't know how it is where you are. Let's go with the headlines. Enugu citizens assess Tinubu administration 2 years after. Tricycle injures passengers in Aba. These and more. It is a common tradition in Nigeria for federal and state governments to present their report cards to the public on the anniversary of their coming to office. As they do that, citizens on their part carry out their individual and sometimes collective assessment of how they have fared. The government at the federal and state levels, of course. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kebunam went to the streets of ENUGU to find out the feelings of citizens in 2 years of the present administration.
As Nigeria marks the second anniversary of the ruling All Progressive Congress, citizens of ENUGU and across the country are expressing their views and frustration with the prevailing socio-economic condition.
The leaders should do better, from the local government to the state, so that I'm not just talking about the federal, from the grassroots. Everything is a mess. I mean, it's something that if they have conscience, if they listen to the voice of the people, because it's supposed to be democracy, it's supposed to be for the people, and so if they listen to the people, they have to do better.
Is the worst thing. Where will I even touch? Is it from the school fees, from the feeding money, from the house rent, everywhere? Things are very hard now. Something that we used to buy for 5,000, like now, penta of corn. Penta of corn now is 10,500. But we normally buy it at the rate of 5,000, 6,000. So everything now is going higher.
Despite the optimism that greeted the inauguration, 2 years later, the nation is grappling with unprecedented challenges that have severely impacted the lives of citizens.
If you look at it within 2 years, what the government and the administration of President Tinubu has done, I'll say, in terms of policies, in terms of the policies they have created, they have enacted, I'll say perhaps he has done well. But the question is, how is this policies that the government, the Tinubu administration, how is it affecting or putting food on the table of the common man? My answer to that is that with time, I want to believe that things will get better.
Nigerians are now voicing their frustrations over the socio-economic and other pressing issues that have eroded their trust in the system.
If you look at the dollar rate of when Buhari was in power and Tinubu now, you know that it's quite poor. People like me that are into the trading system, I know how it affects us when it comes to the buying and selling of US dollar. So it's affecting us badly. And you know, when you tell our people who buy from us and who sell from us, it actually affects them even in the crypto market. So I would say that Tinubu's system has actually affected the naira as well. So I'll say that things have gotten really, really, really bad. Not just in the dollar rate, when it comes to prices of things. You know, students actually, take for example, I have a sister studying medicine. So in the usual amount she asked for school back then was a certain amount. But due to how things have gotten so bad, prices of things have increased and we have to give her more money for that. So that is how I would say things have actually gotten worse.
The cries of citizens have become more frustrating, with many Nigerians still struggling to make ends meet. Amarachi Ume, a secondary school student who occasionally helps her parents in the market, shared the stark reality of her family's struggle, particularly with paying her school fees, compared with the previous years when things were much better.
The textbook is now very costly. It's very costly than sometimes they used to sell 50 200, but now it's now 400, 500. So books are costly, everything, even the registration. Once you register to school, it's very costly. That's why some people do not used to go to school. You see many people driving barrow in Holy Ghost. You'll be wondering why they are driving barrow. It's because of the school fees are they can't afford the school fees. It's very hard for them. Even to eat safe, it's very hard. Because when a governor, a president do well, then everything will be normal as before. Like olden days when my parents and my father and my mother, things were very cheap. Even bag of rice, you can buy it for 50,000. But now it's 100 and you see a bag of 150,000. things are very hard. When they reduce it, then people can be able to help themselves and buy some things in the market.
Citizens like Ike Chukwumba attribute the current hardships in Nigeria to the policy failures and structural deficiencies of the president.
What he has not done well is that he hasn't touched human infrastructure. We're then out of hunger starvation in this country. And it's the duty of Mr. President. Look at when Jonathan Goodluck is on seat. They look at people's mind. They borrowed from different angles to sustain poor masses. But look at Mr. President. They borrowed to sustain the big men. No poor masses are suffering. Like in the market where we are suffering about civil servants not paying salary. How could we sell? If they pay civil servant salary, we sell. So let Mr. President, this minimum wage are talking about all this why? Let them pay minimum wage.
As the nation navigates these challenges, citizens are praying for divine intervention to guide the leaders, especially the president, who introduced policies that have had far-reaching consequences on the populace. They are urging the government to prioritize their welfare and work towards creating a prosperous and secure Nigeria. From the streets of ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebun, I'm reporting for Signature TV News.
Still in ENUGU, security operatives in the state launched a manhunt for native doctor Onyekobu, said to be engaged in ritual killings in Umojo Isiago, Umumba in Ezago local government area. Chairman of Ezago local government area, Vitalis Ndu, who earlier visited the scene of the incident, says security has been beefed up in the area. Correspondent to Gona Wali, who visited Ezago local government area, has the update.
Beneath the surface of seemingly peaceful communities, sinister forces can operate undetected. The discovery of Umumbandiago reveals what could happen under the shadow of communities and the importance of vigilance and collective actions. The activities in Umumbandiago are a grim reminder that reports of ritual killings are not just fairy tales, but stark realities, not as distant from us as we may think. The latest incident, which is the adoption of a 13-year-old girl by a gang led by self-acclaimed native doctor Onyeka Obu, popularly known as Ide Play, Ide Show, has sent shockwaves to the area, the entire Enugu state, and beyond. The incident, which occurred in Umojo, Ishago, Mumba Autonomous Community, has sparked widespread outrage and concern.
My father and I were collecting firewood to process Gary when we encountered a group of men. They tricked my father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against him. They abducted me and tied me up, intending to use me for rituals.
Chairman of Ezago local government area, who had earlier visited the scene of the incident, provided a detailed account of the incident, sharing a harrowing tale of the girl's ordeal. He confirmed that a rescued 13-year-old girl was taken to the hospital where she was examined by a doctor and declared medically healthy. Chairman urged community members to be vigilant and speak out against evil whenever they occur, emphasizing the need for solidarity and community action.
In their numbers, because we have neighborhood, with the neighborhood watch within the area, how to go to that particular house. In the course of searching for that child, because the father is from the community, he narrated what happened. and an eyewitness observed a noise or a cry of a child and described from the father's account of it that a bike also entered there. So hearing that cry of a child and a bike that entered where he sees no road, he now confronted the owner of the house. What is actually happening inside their compound? And the man tried to dissuade him that it could be the goat or something like that. So the man, sensing that it could be something worse than that, and he's alone, had to now allow the community that are already in charge of the search of the missing child. So the collaborative effort led them into that house. And when the owner of the house, who actually knew what happened, noticed that they are coming in their numbers, because they were to interrogate him and find out more, he now escaped because they were not sure at that point in time. Neighborhood watch. The essence of neighborhood watch is to help in police, in community policing, and it was through their effort this thing was achieved. So the problem we usually have is that the criminal is still a human being from a particular community, but we'll keep on fighting it this way because they will keep on being after alert. They understand. That's why if you see this kind of a thing, you do things that will deter others from joining crime.
A community leader in the area, Chibato Keke, emphasized the importance of staying focused on productive endeavors, cautioning the youth against the dangers of criminal activities. He encouraged them to channel their energy towards positive pursuit, ensuring a brighter future for themselves and their community.
Advice goes to the parents. Don't leave it for the teacher or for your whoever. Teach your children what they will be in future, what they will do, the road they will follow, how to respect people, how to follow this world. This world is vanity upon vanity. But if you go and get money from me, see your children, see your mates, why are you here disturbing me? The child can go out and do whatever he wants to do and come back, even use his mother.
The divisional police officer for Umumba Division, Emeka Ichie, declined to speak to Signature TV on the incident, saying he was not authorized to do so. In Enugu, Ugon Nowalo reporting for Signature TV.
Meanwhile, the Controller General of Nigeria Immigration Services, K.N. Nadab, has confirmed the arrest of the wanted suspected kidnapper and ritualist Levi Obieze, also known as Levi Obu Onyeke, who was earlier declared wanted by the ENUGU State Police Command over his alleged involvement in kidnapping and ritual killings. A statement issued on Thursday by the Public Relations Officer of Immigration Service, A.S. Akinabi, said the suspect was arrested by men of the service at Baji checkpoint along Badagry Seme Road while attempting to flee the country on a motorcycle. According to the statement, the suspect is currently in custody and that his identity has been confirmed through a National Identity Management Commission enrollment slip found in his possession. The statement also added that the Nigeria Immigration Service is collaborating with the Nigeria Police Force for the suspects to hand over and further investigation while reaffirming its commitment to border security. The suspect is reported to have admitted to the alleged crimes during initial questioning. And now we move on to about Abia State, where there is a mixed reaction from the people on 2 years of President Bola Tinubu in office. Some give him thumbs up for what they see as his bold economic reforms. Others complain of increased poverty and level of insecurity in the country. Those who spoke to Signature TV at Aba and Umaya said the removal of petrol subsidy and other reforms are these issues.
Has something in mind as a leader, because in leadership, every leader has his own operation and administration. So it's something that no one can dictate for now. But I believe by next 2 years, things is gonna be normal as been expecting.
What I know about this Tinubu's administration is that there is hunger, and everything is very, very costly in the market, both foodstuff and everything in this Tinubu's regime.
This Tinubu's administration, we are not finding it easy at all. Stock fish that we were selling before at least 300, 400, but now fish is about 3,000 or 4,000.
What are we saying? Everything has skyrocketed. We are not even talking about 100% increment. Inflation is now. Inflation. What can we talk about inflation? Inflation is a normal thing. Every day things are increasing. So I don't know how somebody can stand on his ground and say he's supporting this administration or whatever. To me, that means saying what? It's nothing to write home about.
It's particularly to me, it's not favorable to me. Because since all the past regimes and stuff, I know how I feel, but this very one, I think it's very, very hard. For some people, at times some people enjoy it, but it's sure the majority of people are suffering from it. Everything is highly increased, which is not how it's supposed to be. For example, I could remember right from the time of Obasanjo, the different one is everything is just very, very high. A cup of rice is 500 naira. Then we cannot even get something of 100 naira again in the market.
Little things I've seen about this government have made me to realize that the way they are ruling us is not good, because things are getting costly every day. Commodity of things, instead of things to be decreasing, they are rising every day. And the way I see this country is turning to something else, because before, when I realized what this country is before, it wasn't something that was difficult for us, because I could remember when pure water was 10 naira, 5 naira then, but now one pure water is 25 naira, 2 is 50 naira. So I don't have much to say about the government, but what can change this government is just to give us a good leadership, a good president that can lead this country, where that will make our government to change.
Government officials, especially at the federal level and some business elites, praised the removal of fuel subsidy and foreign exchange reforms as visionary and bold policies taken by President Tinubu. Central Bank of Nigeria was also overhauled, leading to a unified exchange rate and attempts to control excess liquidity. Naira's, however, continue to fluctuate, with signs of stability recorded in the last few weeks. Still in Abia State, a tragic scene unfolded in Aba on Wednesday afternoon. Some massive advertising billboard collapsed on several tricycles carrying passengers, leaving many injured and some feared dead. The incident occurred at Salad Market Junction during a downpour accompanied by violent winds. Eyewitnesses say the structure came crashing down without warning, pinning down the tricycles beneath its weight. While the exact number of casualties remain unconfirmed, as of press time, emergency responders and local engineers joined efforts to rescue survivors. Several injured passengers were promptly taken to nearby hospitals for urgent medical care. The bodies of the deceased were reportedly transported to the morgue. We on Signature TV are tracking that story, and we'll have a conversation on that to tell you an update. Nonye Saludo, wife of the Anambra State Governor, has launched pad banks in 300 schools across the state as part of an intensive campaign to support women and girls facing menstrual hygiene challenges. In a statement commemorating the 2025 World Menstrual Hygiene Day, Saludo revealed that the initiative, which began in 2024, has now been fully established in schools to support girls during menstrual cycles and related emergencies. She emphasized that the initiative aims to ensure that menstruation does not disrupt the academic focus and confidence of schoolgirls. The goal, she said, is to ensure that every menstrual emergency in schools is met with immediate, accessible solutions so that no girl has to suffer in silence. Official data estimates that over 37 million women and girls in Nigeria are unable to afford sanitary pads, forcing many to rely on unhygienic alternatives. Findings from the World Health Organization (WHO) and UNICEF indicate that inadequate water, sanitation and hygiene infrastructure remain major barriers to safe and dignified menstrual management. And that's the news for now. When we return, we'll be tracking the unfortunate incident in Aba, Abia State, where a billboard fell on some tricycles. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
So, we're taking you straight to Abia State, where a tragic incident unfolded yesterday, where an advertising billboard collapsed on several tricycles carrying passengers, leaving many injured and some feared dead. The incident occurred at Salad Market Junction during a downpour accompanied by violent winds. Well, we do have our man, Tony Ademole of Signature TV. Tony, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to be on air with you today.
It's good to have you on air. The story we have so many missing points in that story. Talking about a billboard crashing, talking about violent winds and a downpour. You were there. So, as an eyewitness after the incident had taken place, what would you describe as what you saw?
Well, it was a very sad scene, yesterday after the downpour, which started at about at 2 p.m., 2 or 3 p.m. yesterday. There was a heavy downpour in the city of Aba, which came with rain, storms, and all that. And unfortunately, the advertising billboard, crashed. One of the big advertising billboards located off the Aba-Owerri Road. The Aba-Owerri Road in Aba is one of the major roads, one of the most busiest roads as far as commercial activities is concerned in the University of Aba. So yesterday, that tragic incident happened. The billboard located just by the Salad Market Junction, one of the popular markets as well, where that billboard is located. Just after the railway, the railway crossing by the Salad Market Junction is where the billboard actually crashed. And it was a gory sight, very sad that situation happened. People, sympathizers, passers-by, we're seeing weeping and mourning because that billboard crashed directly on top of some tricycles, about 7 of them, that was actually packed around that junction, because at that junction, it's like a junction where some tricycle riders stop to pick up passengers, taking them to various parts of the city. And unfortunately, the billboard crashed on top of that. About six of the tricycles actually, got crashed. And unfortunately, a life was lost. As at the time of filing in this report, it was confirmed that one life was lost. One of the tricycle riders lost his life, and leaving others injured, scores of persons injured that were taken to hospital as at when that thing happened, because it rained heavily up until around 4 or 5 p.m. yesterday in Aba. And that incident was a very sad one that up till today as I speak, people are still talking about it. I went there this morning, very early this morning at about 7 a.m. I was there, and I saw, things myself, first-hand information. It was something that we wouldn't even pray to happen to another person, because it brings to the question how some of these billboards that we have scattered all over the country. Yes, we understand these billboards, advertising billboards, are owned by individuals. Some are owned by companies, but then it brings to the question if those in charge of these billboards do take regular, do take regular maintenance for this billboard. Because what I saw there, I went to the base of that billboard, and I'll tell you that it was a poorly done job by the owners of that billboard. The base couldn't carry what the billboard, the size of the billboard, the base couldn't carry it, and it had to fall down, crash down, leading to loss of life and people getting injured. And also, it's also a wake-up call, because when I was speaking to some of the people there, I did ask them if they do see the Abia State Signage Agency. There's an agency that regulates billboards in the state, and like every other state do, we all have the signage agencies from the state government. And I did ask the people around there if they do see or witness that agency come around for maintenance and all that, and they said no, because what happens is that most of those billboard owners, what they do, they pay, they do renew the money they pay to these agencies yearly, quarterly. At the end of the day, I think it just ends there. You put up your billboards and you don't have this regular, maintenance culture, which has been one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria. So it's a very sad one that this incident happened, which led to the loss of life and leaving others injured. As I speak to you, a couple of the people injured are taking medication treatment in various hospitals in Aba and Aba. So it was a very sad one, and that road, that Salad Market Road, has been locked up, closed for now, because you cannot, the people cannot make use of that road, which has led breakdown of economic activities along that road. So it's a wake-up call. Like I keep saying, it's a wake-up call. It happened in Aba yesterday. It will happen here. It could also happen in other parts of the country. So I think the various state governments need to look at the signage agencies in their state and ensure that some of these things are taken into consideration. Maintenance culture should really be, preached by various state governments.
Thank you, Tony. Now, you even mentioned some of the things I wanted to ask. You talked about the base of the structure. You also talked about the agency in charge of signage. So is this, and you talked about them collecting fees and not worrying about checking the integrity of the structures that are set up to carry these massive billboards. So we have some issues there. And I agree with you that it's a wake-up call. But let's move away from that a bit. Now that this billboard, has it been removed, or is it still where it was when you went there this morning?
Well, as of this morning, what I saw there was we had some heavy equipment that was brought there to try to see if it could lift, the wreckage of the billboard, because I did see the wreckage of the tricycles lined up, at the scene of the accident, or the scene of the incident actually. And of course, I also did see some security agencies who came around trying to secure the wreckage of that incident, because Aba is a commercial city, so you expect a whole lot of people. People came around and they were trying to also prevent the scrap and metals people from going in there, because if you allow that thing like that, you might see people that are involved in scrap, metals, and all these items. They come there to try to see what they can pick from the wreckage. So I did cite the presence of security agencies trying to ensure that there was sanity at the area, and people came around. It was a site you just cannot pass through that road, the very busy Abowere road, without catching a glimpse or trying to watch and notice what happened there. So for now, the government yet to release an official statement on that. The Abia State Signage Agency is yet to release an official statement on that. I think they should do that in the coming hours, and I feel they should have even done that, because it's about 24 hours or more ever since that incident happened. So normally what they should have done by now, there should be an official report as to what led to that incident, and of course the government also would react based on what happened. But And let's just see what happens. Maybe before the end of today or tomorrow, they should be able to give a proper detail of what led to that very sad incident.
All right, then, Tony, before I let you go, I'll also need you to find out, because the incident is also an accident, so we need to also get us an update from the police angle. Was there any incident of what you may call sabotage? Because you said the base had issues when you saw it. Somebody can claim that the base was sabotaged and that's why that accident happened. So we'll also need you to get the police statement or an interview with the police of what they will say about it.
Well, from my own analysis, because around that area, I actually checked. Though I'm not a professional when it comes to construction and all that, but from the little knowledge I have, I didn't see the base of that billboard. And trust me, it was less than 6 feet, should be around 4 feet. And for crying out loud, such shouldn't be. I also did see the size of the rods that they used to form the base. It wasn't supposed to be that way. I also saw some of the bolts, the joints, some of them were already cracked up. You know, I'm sure in our subsequent editions or in the next news bulletin, our viewers will have to see for themselves some of these things I'm talking about. I had video clips and everything, a social report on that. So I think for me, it is a case of negligence, it's a case of I don't care, it's a case of, just doing business without looking at the other side of it. So, but then, like I said, the professionals will have to make an official statement on that. I also did see on site some of the professionals in construction, in building. So I'm sure that we'll get more details as to really what led to that very tragic incident.
Yes, that will be a great revelation, because as we begin to understand some of why these things take place, we begin to also understand what we can do to prevent them from happening. Tony, I look forward to your updates, most especially to your special report on this incident as we go on a transmission on Signature TV. For Southeast News, we need to say thank you very much, Tony, for coming on to this edition of it.
Always a pleasure.
We're taking a break, and when we return, a short conversation about what is happening to who? You'll find out. Stay with us.
It's May 29th, and we're looking at the development as relates to the current administration. There are 2 years down into the administration, and we're just going to speak about the Igbo nation and how they are fared under this administration. We have with us live in the studio Dr. Malachi Ochie, is a Dean, School of Business and Social Sciences, Maduka University, Ekwegwe, Nsukka. Good to have you.
Thank you very much.
Generally, how do you feel the Igbos are fared under this administration?
Well, thank you very much. For us to even begin to contextualize how the Igbos have fared under the present dispensation, we have to look at the emergence of the administration itself. Tinubu's government, its emergence has been mired in controversies. And we can take these controversies even from the point where we can look at the electoral process that produced him. INEC promised Nigerians that they were going to use beavers. They hyped our confidence, they hyped our expectations. Suddenly, the beavers went on holidays. The technology glitched, and lo and behold, we were presented with a president. So the whole process of his emergence, electoral emergence, has always been a question of controversy. There is also the problem of the mantra of his emergence. For instance, Tinubu's only credential for running for Nigeria's president is, it is my turn, Emiloko. And for him, Nigeria is a reward and not a work in progress. It is a sense of entitlement. We cannot also ignore the judicial pyrotechnics that sustain. So all around, his mandate has always been a mandate under question. And you don't expect such a questionable mandate to produce miracle. Oranges do not beget apples. Apples do not beget papaya. And that is the issue we have in Nigeria. Tinubu's government has affected the Igbo nation as much as it has affected other parts of Nigeria. But today we are talking about how has Tinubu's 2 years in office affected the Igbos. And we can say, for me, it's been terrible. It's been a horrendous 2 years for the Igbos. And there are so many facts to support this. Number one, I don't hate Tinubu. You know, my faith forbids that I hate anybody. I may just dislike your policies. But he is a human being. And if by a dint of default, judicial default, or institutional default, he finds himself as a president, one would have expected him as somebody who has been in the driving seat of Nadeko, who during the giddy days of Abacha regime was numbered among the pro-democracy activists. One would have expected Tinubu as a pro-democracy activist to know what to do and to know the basic things that actually precipitated Igbo agitation in Nigeria, precipitated the civil war, and how to resolve it. As a pro-democracy activist, Tinubu believed in a restructured Nigeria. He believed in true federalism. How suddenly he came on board, and these things are sounding like Greek to him. So in totality, the administration has not been fair to the Igbos. Not that the Igbos have been better than any other person in terms of infrastructural development, fiscal inclusion, and so on and so forth. So Tinubu's administration has not been fair to us. And number one is we have remained marginalized. We have remained marginalized in the national security architecture. That is number one.
How?
You see, you can say, people can argue that after all, we have the Minister of Works, we have the Minister of Science and Technology, and probably other appointees, and so on. For me, these things are tokenism. They are just window dressing. They do not address the fundamental questions of Igbo agitation, so to say, or Igbo demand in Nigeria. We have been marginalized, we have been alienated from the PowerPoint. We don't, Igbo, look at the national security architecture today. There is no Igbo man there. And this is where, that platform is where the decisions are taken in this country.
No, the security, the naval head is Ogala, is Igbo.
Yes, but where is he?
Navy.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Where is he in that plot? He is just there as window dresser. Most decisions are taken behind him. And this is not what will come on national television to say he was denied there. But he knows that he's just there as a dot. Within a platform, there is what we call the concentric cycle of conspiracy in leadership. Niccolo Machiavelli used it. It is one of the themes of the mafia manager. It is one of the themes of Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. So yes, you may have people, you say this is the moving team. And so, but within that moving team, there is also a core that takes the decisions. That is why Karl Marx says that every democracy is a dictatorship. So yes, he's there. Dave Umar is there. Nnaji is there. And probably some other distance. The Igbo are basically marginalized in terms of security architecture. Our voices are missing in key fiscal and strategic institutions in this country. And we are saying we are not strangers in Nigeria. We are part and parcel of this country called Nigeria.
But I mean, everybody would say it's politics. Politics in the sense that the Igbos did not vote. They did not vote him. So premised on that, you don't expect so much to come to you because you didn't support
that is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument. It's preposterous indeed. Politics is all about choices. The beauty of politics or electioneering campaign is that you as a candidate, I as a candidate, the other people as candidates, we appeal to the electorate. We market ourselves to the electorate. The electorate has the final say. He has the choice to make. It's like you going to, Signature TV is on the net, DSTV is on the net. There was a time CTA was, you have a lot of digital service providers, MTN and so on. And one says, I'm not going to use MTN, I'm going to use Airtel. That is us.
Well, that's how our Southeast stories for today go. And of course, we'll keep you informed, we'll keep you updated, because that's why we're Signature TV. I am Barik Mwado. Do enjoy your evening.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient, to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community need to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. When we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have change behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, the school health program is not even noticed. We have the school health program where the nurse takes care of the school child, both ensuring that the learning condition is conducive, ensuring that that child is well prepared for academics, ensuring that that child has good nutrition that will make that child be healthy to receive learning. And also, we also go about engaging them in extracurricular activities, games, physical and health education, having them to do that. In those days, in my own time, we do swell. But now we have them go do play chess, do other things that will make the school child healthy.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are broadcasting from our studios in ENUGU. Section 7, 1 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, clearly states the system of local government by democratically elected local government councils is under this Constitution guaranteed. That is to say, the Nigerian Constitution guaranteed there shall be a democratically elected local governments throughout Nigeria. However, elected local governments have suffered in the hands of state governors since 1999. And somehow, I had the privilege of witnessing that between 2008 and 2012, when I had the honor and privilege of being chairman of ENUGU local government. But I will make an exception because that was when Sullivan Chime was governor of ENUGU State. And I can authoritatively say that for that 4 years, not for one day, His Excellency the Governor tamper directly or indirectly with allocations of the local government. And that's just perhaps an exception. Governors have flagrantly and with executive impunity, if we must add, dissolved and replaced elected local government chairmen and councillors. And it's not specific to any particular state. It's something that goes from one state to the other. They have also illegally set up caretaker committees to run the affairs of such local governments. Of course, you know what's going on in Port Harcourt as we speak now, Rivers State. Exploiting some constitutional lacuna, some governors have also tampered with allocations of local government councils. In fact, some local government councils were stripped naked financially. However, in the twist of fate, a few hours ago, the Supreme Court of Nigeria, in a landmark judgment, has barred governors from dissolving democratically elected councils and equally granted financial autonomy to the 774 councils in Nigeria. Allocations are to be paid directly to the local councils henceforth. Nigerians have welcomed the judgment of the Supreme Court with mixed reactions. In the studio with me this evening to analyze the implications of the judgment on the future and survival of local government councils in Nigeria is Professor Chinwike Uba. Chinwike Uba is a development economist, a chartered accountant, certified, and of course, a chartered public relations expert. Prof, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to Uncommon Conversations.
Thank you.
And welcome to Signature Television.
Yeah.
Now, you, as a public affairs analyst, you are conversant with what happened earlier today. When you read the judgment, just to be honest, what was your feelings?
Well, I think every reasonable Nigerian should be happy with the judgment. As you observed in your introductory statement, that the governors over the years have abused that, which is an aberration to the Constitution. The actual says what has been happening over the years is an impeachable offense if it were where the State House of Assembly legislators are working very well. But unfortunately, the State Houses of Assembly, which is supposed to be the chief claim holders in a government, in a governance system, appear to be co-conspirators, with the executive to do what has happened. So I'm happy that the Supreme Court, by the instrument of the federal government, rose to this big challenge to make this ruling today. But more importantly, I want to see a situation where the ruling is enforced, because if the Constitution has been violated over the years without consequences, it will not be right if this ruling today is not enforced. So I want to see it enforced, even though it will have some consequences on those who are being paid by local government funds and all that. But let's enforce it and see how it goes. I'm happy.
Okay. Even though the judgment is still very fresh, people are still studying the implications. One thing people are clamoring for is a situation where elections to local government are not conducted by, so to speak, state governors. Did the judgment in any way reflect these wishes of the people?
Yeah, from the judgment didn't reflect this. The judgment was based on what the suit the federal government filed, the Attorney General of the Federation filed. Currently, there has not been any constitutional amendment to the fact that local government elections will be conducted by the INEC. It's still within the ambit of the State Independent Electoral Commission. So what I observed was that the Supreme Court didn't go outside the prayers that were made by the Attorney General of the Federation. I do hope that with the ongoing constitutional amendment and with the clamor by the citizens, including the INEC, that amendment will be made such that local government elections will be extricated from the manipulation of the governors as it were.
Okay. One thing stands clearly defined, and that is henceforth. That means immediately.
Yeah.
Allocation. So this is the July.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they have received the June allocation. If they have not, it would mean from this judgment that the June allocation will go directly to the local governments. And there was emphasis on elected local government councils.
Yeah.
So what happens, in your view, to councils throughout Nigeria that do not have an elected officials? What do you think will happen to them?
Yeah, as I did say earlier, my understanding of the judgment is such that for local governments that are running without democratically elected executives, they are not meant to receive allocations going forward. So what it means for those local governments that have caretaker, chairmen, and ESCOs, sole administrators as it were, they are not going to receive any federal allocation. But what I do not know, if June allocation has not been distributed or shared, that's what we do, we share it. I will expect that maybe for June, they will still receive, because judgment will not take a retroactive effect. The judgment was given in July. The June allocation naturally would have gone in June. So that's...
I think the June allocation comes in July.
Yeah, okay, naturally. Okay.
Yes. What I may not know is whether it has dropped.
Yeah,
We use the word dropped.
dropped.
Whether it has dropped
So
by the time the judgment was given.
Yeah. So if that is the case, if it has not dropped, what it means that also, based on your experience, you have a practical experience on this.
Yeah, practical experience.
Yeah, so...
But not in withholding funds.
Yeah, so what it means is that those local governments that are operating without democratically elected government or chairman and legislator will not receive the funds.
Okay, just take it a little further. How would it impact on society? Of course, currently Nigerians are, and they play at the local level, salaries are not, even the small one that come, they are not enough. And now by this judgment, of course, subject to interpretations, understanding, and of course, our people, a kind of delay tactics in implementation and all that. And take it for once that money is not released. How would this affect the populace?
Yeah, first, whether I would like it or not, the Nigerian economy largely is driven by the informal sector. And the informal sector also is driven largely by the formal sector wages and salaries from the paid employees, which is why when there's usually an increase in salaries, you see prices of things going away. But what it means, under the Constitution, teachers, the primary school teachers, primary healthcare centers and all that are under the
local government employees.
Local government employees. So what it means is that without allocation, this set of employees may not receive their salary. Even though we know in the past, most of these salaries are being paid from the state coffers directly, based on the joint account that has been in existence. Because what they do is that they say, and that is why they say they do verifications and all that. The verifications are not done by local government. It's the state government that goes into local government to do some of those verifications, which also is an aberration as it were. So what I will expect is that it will affect those set of people. But what I will also recommend is that since state governments have been, making use of the local government funds over these years, they can come to the aid of those local governments or staffs and pay them pending when they do the needful by conducting credible election, if that is possible at the state level.
There is a segment of the Nigerian society that is also paid by local governments. And that is the traditional rulers. The welfare of traditional rulers come under the purview of local government chairmen, both in entertainment, both in allowances, even when... so, again, how would this affect our royal fathers?
For our royal fathers, I doubt if... recently when there was a mini rift between the traditional rulers council in Anambra State and Professor Soludo, I recall Igwe Achebe saying that is it this 100 or something thousand they give to them that will warrant such an insult. So what it means that for the royal fathers, whereas they are entitled to whatever stipend that is being paid to them, I doubt whether they survive on such stipends. And also, I will also expect, like I said earlier on, that the state government, who has been making use of the local government funds over these years, actually, such funds should have, accrued interest. So let them use part of those funds to offset the immediate liabilities or costs associated with local government expenditure pending when elections are conducted. And I will expect also that the elections are not delayed for too long. It doesn't take much to conduct election, even though I know they will start citing what the state's electoral independent law says and all that. But that law can also be amended as quickly as possible to accommodate the elections, without further delay.
Let's take our state, for example, where we stay, Enugu State. Of course, they've had robust laws amended. Even I learned this morning that some part of it being challenged by one or two people. But the election is set for October the 5th. And this is July, August, September. So do you envisage, based on your last comment, that it's advisable for state government to quickly amend the electoral laws in the state and then bring, so to speak, backwards now?
Yeah.
The date for the election.
Yeah, for me that would be
the best. Perhaps for other states that have similar problems.
For me, that would be the best thing to do. Given that most of these governors are chanting that they're interested in the development of their states, they love their people and all that, I will expect them, if they can pass new laws within 2 days, because that's what we've seen, where laws, executive bills are sent, and within the next day they are passed and signed into law. They can also amend the electoral laws to allow for speedy conduct of local government elections. If they send executive amendment bill to the House by tomorrow, I'm sure by Tuesday next week that law will be passed. The funds to conduct the election is available. As far as to the best of my, I will assume, is available. And a lot of people are already ready to, if there's any grammar like that, are already, there to contest on the elections. So the earlier the elections are conducted, in order to have democratically elected local government executives, the better for the welfare and the economy of the state.
Well, on the part of governors, a lot of governors have depended largely, so to speak, on the finances of local governments in what they call joint allocation committee. In that manner, they have decided how to use, when to use those resources. How do you think this will impact on the administration of states who had depended so largely on the funds of local government?
If you take a look at that joint local government accounts, the way it has been operated over the years also was at variance with the intent of the framers of the Constitution. That joint account was put in there to enable the state to make further contributions into that account before it is given to the local government.
And they hardly ever made.
That's what it was meant to do.
They hardly ever made.
But unfortunately, what has happened was that state government take money from the joint accounts to do whatever they want to do. Now, not allowing the local government enough funds. And that is what we have seen also in most of the laws that have been passed. If you check the states, sanitation laws are supposed to be at the local government level. But over almost every state in Nigeria have established what they call waste management agencies that have taken over the responsibility of local government with respect to water and sanitation. The same thing has happened with what they call now open door advertising and all that, which is they call local government responsibility. But they passed laws, and what we have now is what they call now state capital territory administration, that has also usurped the functions of the local government in that area. So what the state government has been doing over the years is to take over the responsibility of the local government in contravention, to the constitution. So it will affect them because people are used to taking free funds. And that is why it's important that the right things are done now and done rightly. So yes, it will affect them. It's a free fund they spend. They used to do all manner of things. Because the truth is that if they were using those funds to develop local government, it would have been better. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. In a state in the South, where I did some work in the past, I engaged with the Argon team in that state. And the agreement they made then was that there are some local governments that are not self-sustaining. That if you allow them to use their federal allocation and even Nigeria, they won't be able to pay salaries and all that. So what they do is that they have that pool account where they now share based on who owns what, and to make sure that. So that arrangement can still happen among local governments under their own MOE, but no longer using the joint account, state government account, local government account to operate where it's applicable. So it will affect the state government, no doubt, but the affectment is a positive effect.
Okay, maybe because I have some kind of knowledge about the workings of local government, and I'm going to ask this. The devil can quote scriptures to suit his purpose. Mm-hmm. Most governors can quote a lot of laws or even cause some to be made to enable them do what they want to do. But my concern here, and which should be the concerns of Nigerians, is it appeared the governors somehow began to run a unitary system of government in the state. Now denying the third tier of government the ability to run a democratically elected councils. And I want to ask you, would you consider such governors, mild dictators? Would you ascribe to them that they're not democratic at all? Because I presume that if you swore to maintain, defend, protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you will not deny the third tier the ability to freely govern itself. And when you emasculate these rights and take them into yourself, you have a unitary collection of revenue, waste, radio, even market. I let some people go to the market to collect revenue. And so when you've done that, would you honestly say that those governors are democratic?
Well, to answer your question directly, though mildly.
No, mildly.
One would say, without missing words, that the actions of the governors depicts them as people without democratic credentials. And that also can be traced, whether we like it or not. Most of the good governors we have today, we are not actually elected by the people. Even though results were not, the courts say they are there. But we all know whether they are really elected by the people or not. So, and the funds they spend, because part of the reason for this is also, and that takes us to go back to the fundamentals, how governors' elective offices, are conducted. If one is spending up to 1 billion naira, in expenses, party nominations, campaigns, and all that, to become a governor, you can imagine why they do what they do. Because for them, it's not like an investment. So the first thing they do is to mop up funds everywhere is available to pay back whatever funds they spent and make profit from that. So you see them jumping, doing all manner of things to raise funds. So that is one fundamental. Then the other issue also that you've raised, whether they are democratic also, is that they are not required, which is why I am just taking this judgment with a pinch of salt. I said, for all these years, the governors have been abusing the Constitution without consequences. it's not enough to say pay to democratically elected, because if the democratically elected executives are also appointees of the state governors, they can receive these funds directly and through the back door also give back these funds to the state government through the instrumentation of MOU, instrumentation of whatever it is. So we need to find a way. I want a situation where the courts, as it were, or the constitution will be placed in such a way that the hands of the governors are tied, even if they are the ones who impose chairmen and legislators at the local government level, that these funds will not in any way find itself back to the state coffers, either directly or indirectly. Because the issue is that, you asked a question before we came into the studio, would they scrap the office of the commissioner for...
We're actually going to talk about that.
And all that. So those are the things we need to look at. Because if you still do what they do in the past, where that office is responsible for helping the local government prepare their annual budgets and all that, you still find a way that this... Because what may happen is that the state government may find a way now to channel most of the state government projects to local governments. Okay. And will still save those funds that they would have collected from them indirectly and still do what they used to do before.
Okay, I think you have really brought out the issue, which was actually going to be my next question. And that is, there's a ministry called Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Matters. It's done because whether you are going to be a traditional ruler, you are appointed by the state and gives a certificate of recognition by the state. Yeah. And so this ministry pretends the affairs of only not the local government, but also of the traditional rulers. If, as it is now, chairmen are going to receive their money directly and pay directly the traditional rulers within their local government, it strips to the bare the supervisory role of the ministry, whether it's the Ministry of Local Government or Ministry of Chieftaincy. So what do you see would be the implications if local government chairman elected begin to appropriate these powers rightly?
Well, for me, depending on who, I wouldn't want to just look at it that the local government would become autonomous as has been envisaged.
This is financial autonomy.
They might be just financially autonomous, but politically independent, because you can't rule away completely that those that will be elected, appointed as local government chairman, purported to have been democratically elected, will be puppets of the state governor.
On an assumption.
On assumption.
That the State Independent Electoral Commission conducts same election.
For now, that is what will still happen until the constitution is amended.
Do you envisage the introduction of independent candidates?
Until constitution also makes that provision. For me, I would want to have in our constitution and in electoral law to have an independent candidate. That would be good. Because it removes also the, I mentioned earlier on the cost of vying for elective position in Nigeria is very huge. So as an independent candidate, that removes that party politics and all the rest of it that people go through. And also it helps you to test your popularity in the real sense of it. But as I was discussing earlier on, whereas that the states, the local government may become autonomous or have been granted financial autonomy by virtue of the Supreme Court judgment this afternoon, that may not in its entirety lead to the scrapping of the Ministry of Local Governments and Chieftaincy Matters. The reason being that the laws of chieftaincy matters is a state law that grants the governor the power to appoint, to suspend, to sack traditional rulers. So they might still have a ministry responsible for that. And that will indirectly also extend to local government, providing oversight to local government, even when they are democratically elected. What they will do is that they will not go directly to say, okay, let's have your funds anymore. That will happen when you look at, you are raising some issues in tax administration. If you check every state had a prototype revenue administration law that indirectly, usurped all the powers of local government on IGR, which is also in contravention of the constitution that grants local government certain revenue, tax, and rest. So, but what they do is that under that law, they created what they called Joint State and Local Government Revenue Board, which in actual sense is not existing, and got local governments indirectly, whether by coercion, to sign a memorandum of understanding with the state government, transferring those their rights and powers to the state government.
These anomalies have persisted.
And that law says that what will happen is that the state government will net out the expenses, the tax collection expenses, and pay local government a percentage of that money. Whether that is happening in reality, I don't know. I'm not sure that is happening in reality. And which is why you still see local government, which is what has led to what we might call double taxation and multiple taxation, where the state government will do what they say they will do. And local government, because they don't have access to those revenue or funds, it will still come from behind to threaten people to collect the same kinds of revenues and levies from them. So, whereas now the Supreme Court has made this ruling today, I still envisage where the state governors will use the instrument of political coercion to have access to these funds in the end. Except the Constitution is amended to guarantee that there won't be backdoor transfer.
Okay, I think we're going to take a short break. When we come back, there's an issue I want us to look at. And I'll preface it before we go on this short break. Prior to 1999, there was local government elections in Nigeria, and they were conducted by ENUGU as it were then. And I recall a particular case in Ebonyi State, I think it was Ohozara. The chairman then refused to, so to speak, do the biddings of then my friend Governor Sam Egu. And it was a running battle. But we'll come back. I'm going to take you down to that and see how an elected chairman this time may want to assert his powers and challenge certain decisions or impositions by the governor in the court. So we'll just go on a short break. So when we come back, we'll continue the discussion. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that short break. Before we went on break, I was asking my guest, Professor Chimuike Uba, what would happen if an elected chairman, so to speak, begins to assert the powers of his office? That is to say, some directives are given, as it were, from the state government, maybe Minister of Chieftaincy and all that. And the man said, look, I'm paying the traditional rulers. I should have the right to appoint traditional rulers. The law you are talking about is inconsistent with my autonomy, because you cannot make laws for me to pay salaries that you don't have a hand in. So do you envisage a constitutional crisis? Well, and I took you down to what happened in Ohozara. Yeah. During the time of Sam Egu, there was one particular local government chairman that just said, no, it can't happen. And if you recall, it was a running battle. And he has started, but there was a time they wanted to impeach him. I don't know what happened. I think he bought cars for the councillors the next day or something, and it couldn't happen. Yeah. So what do you think would happen?
Well, the beauty of today's judgment is that, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And in this case, he's good to you, So in this case, the local government chairman, they would be elected local government chairman, and that would not have unfettered access to their finances and will be able to do things they want to do. And the beauty also is that the judgment says that you can't suspend, you can't remove. Because in the past, what the state government has done was to use that power to suspend, to remove and appoint, to threaten local government chairman. So I see a situation where there will be, I don't want to use the word constitutional crisis, because as it is, the Constitution said there must be democratically elected local government chairman. And by judgment today, it has said they should have their financial autonomy. So there's no constitutional issue. But what we might have is what is called political crisis.
Okay, political crisis.
There will be a political crisis, and that also will, in fact, most governors will be very wary now. The reason being that the chairman of local governments are closer to the people. So if you fight them so hard, they will make sure you don't come back or your candidates do not emerge in the next election. There will be a running battle in the next 1, 2, 3 years, after which everybody will, mind their lane and their boundaries, and they will begin to do more of a collaboration than competition. But there will definitely be a political crisis.
I want to take you back to between 1999 and 2007 here in Enugu State. Until a certain time within the administration, the tenure of local government in Enugu State was 3 years.
Yeah.
And a certain man was elected, the chairman of local government as it were then, was elected. He was such a powerful Iguan.
I know him.
He was such a powerful guy, and he held where he was elected.
Yeah.
And so he couldn't take orders.
Yeah,
even when, as it were, the governor was in charge.
Yes.
But he couldn't take orders. Yes. And it's an attempt to muzzle him that they brought the elections to 2 years. So they had to truncate his tenure.
Yeah.
And it has been 2 years in Enugu State ever since then. So I still see a situation where, with the kind of people we have today, the Gen Zs, the young people we have today, who are growing, who are conscious of their rights and privileges, whether you spoon elect him, whether you silver elect him, whether you go to elect him, he becomes chairman, knowing that you can't remove him, begins to assert his rights. And so, assuming without considering that in a 21 local government system, 5 local governments begin to assert their rights and privileges and say, look, we can't do this. What do you foresee?
Well, as I said earlier on, I'm seeing crisis, political crisis. But you raise an important issue, which is also a constitutional matter. The section 7 you read, going to section 8, it says that the House of Assembly will make rules and all that, and which is why the House of Assembly
for the good governance.
For the good governance, and which is why they will tell you it's 2 years, 3 years. So I will recommend that the National Assembly, or if it's possible, to use judicial pronouncements to fix a definite tenure for local governments.
Uniformly
across the state. That will help to solve some of these problems. Because as it stands now, I keep saying political crisis. And now I can accept...
It will snowball into...
Now I can accept constitutional crisis now as well.
Yes, it will snowball into constitutional
because that's what will happen. Because you give them autonomy, but also you still allow some space for the state governors to manipulate the system. That's not fair. That's not good. So, and it's good we're having this conversation, and I do hope that those with the constitutional power to make the necessary adjustments should do that as quickly as possible, whether by judicial pronouncement as we have seen today or through constitutional amendment, hoping that the State House of Assembly will concur when such amendment comes to their table. Because as you know, those who refuse to accept their own autonomy can do anything to stop other people's full autonomy. Because they will say, okay, you have financial autonomy, we won't allow you to have it your way. But in Egwonwu's own case, if it were not, that wouldn't have happened. Because you saw what happened in Rivers State, where the State of Assembly decided to extend, then I say you can't do extension retroactively. So that could have happened then. That somebody can be in office for 3 years and you change the law immediately.
That was happened in Ebon's case.
So that was wrong. So what I'm saying is that let's have a uniform tenure for local government that is constitutionally guaranteed. That would be a way forward to addressing these issues.
If you were to talk to the governors who perhaps may be sitting in anger or frustration or both as we speak, because it's like for some of them, the golden goose that lays the golden egg is being taken away from them. If you were to ask, if you were to advise the Forum of Governors nationally, what would you tell them?
Number one, obey the judgments of the Supreme Court. Number two,
it needs totality.
It needs totality. Number two, obey the Constitution. It needs totality. Because what the Supreme Court judgment has done was also emphasize or enforce the constitutional provisions. I will expect them to obey those rules. And beyond that, to relinquish, those things that are capable of causing political crisis and constitutional crisis. And some of them would be, if you have a 4-year tenure, allow them. The only thing why most of them will not do it 4-year tenure now is because how this thing has happened. If you give 4-year tenure, that means the local government will outlast you, and that is very delicate. That is very, very delicate for those that will be going for election. They will be afraid because when you've handed them financial autonomy and you are giving them power to stay more, they can draw the carpet if you are not doing well. But in answering your questions, let them obey the Constitution as it were, and also the Supreme Court judgment. The truth is that, as I said earlier on, what the state governors have been doing in the past is an impeachable offense because they have been working against the Constitution.
The spirit of the Constitution.
So,
okay. I want to go to local government employees, local government workers. Yeah. It's just very easy for a governor for the Minister of Local Government to do a transfer from one local government to another local government. So I foresee a situation, I may be wrong, but I foresee a situation where going forward, maybe not immediately, where local government begin to resist, attended by state governments, to push workers from another local government to their local government. Because you have no control of the staff you have. You could wake up in the morning and you have 3 engineers posted to you. They have no function in their place. And then you find people leaving their local government, being posted to another local government. While we're asking for state police, now we are posting people from another local government to another local government. Instead of taking people from the same within local, it's just like employing people, so to speak, from other states into your, unless they're special people. So do you see a situation where that will not happen again?
That takes us back to the last conversation on constitutional provisions. Until we amend that section 7, subsection 2 or so, and section 8, that allows the State House of Assembly to do that, that will continue to happen. Because as it stands now, the local government staff are under the state's civil service commission or local government service.
Yeah, local government service commission.
So if it's under the local government service commission, that local service commission is controlled by the state government. Is it not?
Under this unitary arrangement, it is.
Yes.
Let's assume without considering the local government chairman, and suddenly they post staff to you, and you said, "Look, I don't need them.
Yeah,
I can't pay them." So what's going to happen?
My problem is that if the local government service commission is created based on law,
of course, it is based on law,
which has been enacted by the State House of Assembly in compliance with the provision of the Constitution, that takes us to the issue we raised earlier about constitutional crisis. You know, what I will envisage that will happen, and which is why they have Argon and all that, it may be to have a joint, I don't know who chairs, I don't know who appoints the chairman of the local government commission, whether it's the local government chairman that decides to appoint.
It's a state appointment.
So if it's a state appointment, then there's still a problem.
It's presenting those who you have no control of their finances.
So that is also what that needs to happen until I want a station where the constitution, the constitution is amended to allow local governments, argoners, I don't know what you will call them, and all that within the state, to be able to collectively decide on how they want to manage their affairs. And where local government can also employ staff based on their ability to pay, their financial resources. But that does not also preclude that state government may decide, subject to state government's decision to pay such staff, post them to those areas to also help in the administration of the local government, subject to administrative oversight by the local government chairman. So it's like what we have at the state level, where you have state employees, I have federal government employees working in the same state, you know, but also helping the federal government to administer, you know, in certain areas. So state government may have, like they have Ministry of Agriculture, they may have their staff at local government level that are working in agriculture, complementing what local government is doing. But with respect to local government service commission, is something that needs to be looked into, where the local government will have a say on who becomes the chairman and how the affairs of their staff are managed.
In view of what has just happened today, I want you to advise the National Assembly on which specific areas of the Constitution should they touch. One, will you advocate for a state independent electoral commission or a centrally, you know, DNEC? That's number one. Number two, would you also recommend that governors, that they're supposed to make laws ensuring that in no particular way should the governor have a control? That means amending the section of the Constitution that allows states to make laws for local government.
Yeah, for me, first, I'll start from the back. I want that section that gives the State House of Assembly to make laws for the administration of local governments to be expunged. After all, you said they are taught that with their own legislative arms and all that. Give such powers to the councillors, legislative arm of the local government to make laws for the administration of local government. That should happen. Because if they are third tier, they should be third tier. Not State House of Assembly controlling what's making laws on what happens at local government. That is not fair. That section of the Constitution needs to be amended. Secondly, also, it would be nice to have a central independent electoral commission, you know, to organize elections at the local government levels. But not the current, not the way the structure of the current INEC is. It has to be a structure that also allows the state governors and local governments to make inputs on how INEC chairman and commissioners are appointed, so that it won't be just at the prerogative of the President and National Assembly to determine who does what.
Do you by any way see what has happened today as a signal, as a signpost that His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is beginning somehow a restructural system in Nigeria? But this is a landmark judgment. Do you think that this is the beginning of things we may not really have envisaged?
This is a very bonkers question. But the truth is that I have a feeling, even before now, that President Tinubu will restructure this country. And as you said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. That's how people say it. It's the tip
That's
of
how
the
we say
iceberg.
it.
That is the tip of the iceberg. a lot of things that we've been clamoring for, restructuring, no restructuring, that people have been hitting their heads and all that. I see this president within the next eight stays to 8 years, getting those things done quietly through the National Assembly, but more through Supreme Court. Because if it goes through normal constitutional amendments, some of them might hit the rocks. So what may happen is that they will be taking some of these things to Supreme Court for interpretation and for ruling. And you can be sure that most of them, when they get to the Supreme Court pronouncement will bring about some of the restructuring that we have. The truth is that if you read the Constitution as it were, as currently is, there are a lot of things that gives room for restructuring, which we have as a result of political exigencies, political consideration have not been able to do. So if the president looks at it that if he goes from the political angle, it will hit the rocks, I see him using the Supreme Court to get it done. But that will be restructuring.
I have two very quick questions because our time is just, the time is running after us. We're running after the time. Now, do you, by any imagination, just in 1 minute, see the possibility of a local government police? Whether it's, now states control all those. Do you now see local governments, strong ones, who can afford it, begin to have their own controlled, whether it's local police, local vigilante, that is not subject to the state?
We'll have, before the end of 8 years, now I'm speaking as a prophet, we'll have federal police, we'll have state police, and we'll have local government police. What we have will be similar to what you see in the US.
Okay.
That will happen in Nigeria through constitutional means and through judicial pronouncements.
Local government development centers. Perhaps this might be my very last question. Local government development centers. You know, governors wake up in the morning and create as they wish through states House of Assembly, local government development centers. In view of today's pronouncement, who appoints head of these development centers? Who funds them? And do you foresee a crisis, whether it is political, or in fact, it's more political? Do you foresee one? Because if I'm like I said, I don't need these development centers.
Okay, for this,
unless I'm the one appointing them,
which is still the issue of constitutional lacuna, as we mentioned earlier on.
Yes.
As it stands now, the State House of Assembly can create development centers. But what happens is that based on constitutional provisions also, and also judicial pronouncements, they can't fund them through local government funds. The state government has to fund it through its own fund, because that will act now more like a ministry or agency of the state government at the local government level. So it has nothing to do with the local government. But also the local government chairman will have oversight on those local development centers because it's within their own jurisdiction as a vitiated by the Constitution. The Constitution says that the local government chairman will have authority over his own area.
It's the chief security officer of his local government.
So if you do that, and that comes like a ministry or agency in that local government, whereas that the state government will fund such development center through its state funds, the local government chairman will still have administrative oversight to that development center as visited by the Constitution.
Finally, who appoints officers of the development councils? Who do you think will appoint them now?
For development council, because they are not constitutional creations, you know, like I said, they serve more like MDS, like state ministry, department, and agencies.
Okay.
So it is within the powers of the state governor to appoint the leaders of development centers.
Will you pay them from the state coffers?
Yes, it has to pay them from the state's coffers, no longer from the local.
So you don't see a crisis in my local government. You balkanize my local government.
There will be a crisis. That's why I said for that to happen now, based on this judgment, it has to be such development centers which will act as an MD, as it were, will be under the administrative oversight of the local government chairman.
Okay, Professor Chiwike Oba, I want to thank you for finding time to be here this evening, and to our viewers, we appreciate you being there. Our guest has been Professor Chiwike Oba. He's actually a chartered accountant, a development economist, and a public relations expert. He's also a public affairs analyst.
Yes.
So it's been a pleasure having you on our program. And please join us same time tomorrow for yet another edition of Uncommon Conversations. Thank you.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient, to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community need to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. When we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have change behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, is a
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, President Bola Tinubu highlights achievements in the last 2 years. Immigration arrests ENUGU notorious ritualists while escaping from Nigeria. South African mother given life sentence for trafficking 6-year-old daughter. And China offers Pacific Islands increased support in addressing climate change. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has been speaking of the benefits of the sweeping reforms, which he said has brought about economic recovery and renewed focus on security and development. In his anniversary message to Nigerians, Tinubu defended his early policy decisions, such as the removal of fuel subsidies and the unification of a foreign exchange market, describing them as painful but essential. The President said that inflation is easing and food prices are beginning to fall, with rice being a notable exception. He also pointed to a rebound in oil and gas investment, physical improvements including a drop in the deficit from 5.4% of GDP in 2023 to 3.0% in 2024, and a surge in external reserves to $23 billion. Tinubu also cited progress in healthcare, education and agriculture, and reaffirmed national security as a top priority. As Nigeria marks the second-year anniversary, Abuja residents are talking on how they have fared under the Tinubu administration. As correspondent Chimeze Nzedimma reports, Nigerians may not be upbeat, but they're not downcast.
President Ahmed Tinubu was sold to Nigerians as a man ready and desirous to take the mantle of leadership. From the onset, his administration moved fast, and some say hit hard.
The fresh subsidy is gone.
The fuel subsidy removal was unsettling for many. The new government said it was a necessary move because the economy was in intensive care that required critical therapy. Critics rated that policy move as a punch to the poor. Overnight, fuel prices tripled, and with them, food and transportation costs.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Oga, I salute you, sir. Now you be number one here. You cannot just come up one day and...
Tinubu's next policy move deemed like throwing the ordinary citizens under the bus. The move aimed to attract foreign investment also devalued the naira. Inflation now hovers around 34%, with essential goods beyond the reach of many households.
We're suffering, we will not get out of it.
the shock and the everything, the agony, the cost of food, ranging from food to transport is there.
We have really lost hold about the well-being of the masses in this country, because our leadership right now, they are doing what they want to do. They are doing what they find pleasing to them to do.
To the credit of the government, it initiated policy steps to ease the burden. The government introduced palliatives, cash transfers, student loans, and more recently, a 70,000 naira minimum wage. But many states have yet to implement the minimum wage, and questions linger about transparency and reach in the implementation of the cash transfer policy.
Even though the minimum wage has been signed into law, and in some states it has been implemented to the local government workers, but still, as every Nigerians know, the 70,000 minimum wage is grossly inadequate.
It is a common tradition in Nigeria for federal and state governments to present their report cards to the public on the anniversary of their coming to office. As they do that, citizens on their part carry out their individual and sometimes collective assessment of how they have fared. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbana went to the streets of ENUGU to find out the feelings of citizens in 2 years of a present administration.
As Nigeria marks the second anniversary of the ruling All Progressive Congress, citizens of ENUGU and across the country are expressing their views and frustration with the prevailing socio-economic condition.
The leaders should do better, from the local government to the state, so that I'm not just talking about the federal, I'm talking from the grassroots. Everything is a mess. I mean, it's something that if they have conscience, if they listen to the voice of the people, because it's supposed to be democracy, it's supposed to be for the people. And so if they listen to the people, they have to do better.
Is the worst thing. Where will I even touch? Is it from the school fees, from the feeding money, from the house rent, everywhere? Things are very hard now. Something that we used to buy for 5,000, like now, penta of corn, because I'm into popcorn making. Penta of corn now is 10,500, but we normally buy it at the rate of 5,000, 6,000. So everything now is going higher.
Despite the optimism that greeted the inauguration, 2 years later, the nation is grappling with unprecedented challenges that have severely impacted the lives of citizens.
If you look at it within 2 years, what the government and the administration of President Tinubu has done, I'll say, in terms of policies, in terms of the policies they have created, they have enacted, I'll say perhaps he has done well. But the question is, how is this policies that the government, the Tinubu administration, how is it affecting or putting food on the table of the common man? My answer to that is that with time, I want to believe that things will get better.
Nigerians are now voicing their frustrations over the socio-economic downturn, security threats, and other pressing issues that have eroded their trust in the system.
If you look at the dollar rate of when Buhari was in power and Tinubu now, you know that it's quite poor. People like me that are into the trading system, I know how it affects us when it comes to the buying and selling of US dollar. So it's affecting us badly. And you know, when you tell our people who buy from us and who sell from us, it actually affects them, even in the crypto market. So I would say that Tinubu's system has actually affected the naira as well. So I'll say that things have gotten really, really, really bad not just in the dollar rate, when it comes to prices of things. You know, students actually, take for example, I have a sister studying medicine. So in the usual amount she asked for school back then was a certain amount, but due to how things have gotten so bad, prices of things has increased and we have to give her more money for that. So that is how I would say things have actually gotten worse.
The cries of citizens have become more frustrating, with many Nigerians still struggling to make ends meet. Amarachi Ume, a secondary school student who occasionally helps her parents in the market, shared the stark reality of her family's struggle, particularly with paying her school fees, compared with the previous years when things were much better.
The textbook is now very costly. It's very costly than sometimes they used to sell 50 leaves, 200, but now it's now 400, 500. So books are costly, everything. Even the registration, once you register to school, is very costly. That's why some people do not used to go to school. You see many people driving barrow in only goes. You'll be wondering why they are driving barrow. It's because of the school fees are they can't afford the school fees. It's very hard for them. Even to eat safe, it's very hard. Because when a governor, a president do well, then everything will be normal as before. Like olden days when my parents and my father and my mother, things were very cheap. Even bag of rice, you can buy it for 50,000. But now it's 100 and you see a bag of 150,000. Things are very hard. When they reduce it, then people can be able to help themselves and buy some things in the market.
Citizens like Ike Chukwumba attribute the current hardships in Nigeria to the policy failures and structural deficiencies of the president.
What he has not done well is that he hasn't touched human infrastructure. We're then out of hunger starvation in this country. And it's the duty of Mr. President. Look at when Jonathan Goodluck is on seat. They look at people's mind. They borrowed from different angles to sustain poor masses. But look at Mr. President. They borrowed to sustain the big men. No poor masses are suffering. Like in the market where we are suffering about civil servants not paying salary. How could we sell? If they pay civil servant salary, we sell. So let Mr. President, this minimum wage are talking about all this why? Let them pay minimum wage.
As the nation navigates these challenges, citizens are praying for divine intervention to guide the leaders, especially the president, who introduced policies that have had far-reaching consequences on the populace. They are urging the government to prioritize their welfare and work towards creating a prosperous and secure Nigeria. From the streets of Enugu, Chinemere Mikebun, I'm reporting for Signature TV News.
There are mixed reactions from the people of Abia State on the 2 years of President Bola Tinubu in office, while some people give him thumbs up for what they see as his bold economic reforms. Others complain of increased poverty and level of insecurity in the country. Those who spoke to Signature TV at Aba and Umahia said the removal of petrol subsidy has brought immense pains, wondering why the government did not match the withdrawal with adequate palliatives.
Has something in mind as a leader, because in leadership, every leader has his own operation and administration. So it's something that no one can dictate for now. But I believe by next 2 years, things is gonna be normal, as been expecting.
What I know about this Tinubu's administration is that there is hunger, and everything is very, very costly in the market, both foodstuff and everything in this Tinubu's regime.
This Tinubu's administration, we are not finding it easy at all. Stockfish that we were selling before at least 300, 400, but now fish is about 3,000 or 4,000.
What are we saying? Everything has skyrocketed. We are not even talking about 100% increment. Inflation is now. What can we talk about inflation? Inflation is a normal thing. Every day things are increasing. So I don't know how somebody can stand or his ground and say he's supporting this administration or whatever. To me, that means saying what? It's nothing to write home about.
It's particularly to me, it's not favorable to me. Because since all these past regimes and I know how I feel, but this very one, I think it's very, very hard. For some people, at times some people enjoy it, but It's just majority of people are suffering from it. Everything is highly increased, which is not how it's supposed to be. For example, I could remember right from the time of Obasanjo, Nodo, the different one is everything is just very, very high. A cup of rice is 500 naira. Then we cannot even get something of 100 naira again in the market.
Little things I've seen about this government have made me to realize that the way they are ruling us is not good, because things are getting costly every day. Commodity of things, instead of things to be decreasing, they are rising every day. And the way I see this country is turning to something else, because before, when I realized what this country is before, it wasn't something that was difficult for us, because I could remember when pure water was 10 naira, 5 naira then, but now one pure water is 25 naira, 2 is 50 naira. So I don't have much to say about the government, but what can change this government is just to give us a good leadership, a good president that can lead this country, where that will make our government to change.
Officials, especially at the federal level, and some business elites appraise the removal of fuel subsidy and foreign exchange reforms as visionary and bold policies taken by President Tinubu. Central Bank of Nigeria was also overhauled, leading to a unified exchange rate and attempts to control excess liquidity. The naira, however, continue to fluctuate, with signs of stability recorded in the last few weeks. As the nation marks the second anniversary of the present democratic government in the country, residents of Port Harcourt, the River State capital, say the 2 years of Tinubu-led federal government has brought untold hardship to the nation. They decried what they referred to as lack of visionary leadership, wastage and excessive impunity and hunger, which they claim have characterized the administration.
While every other state in Nigeria has been enjoying years of democracy, the situation is not the same in Rivers State, where a retired military administrator is in charge. And the man at the helm of affairs, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ekte is justifying his appointment, saying that the ongoing political crisis in the state is not beyond resolution. Speaking during the event marking the 58th anniversary of the creation of Rivers State at the Government House in Port Harcourt, the administrator described the crisis as a political disagreement and not a war. The administrator called for a sober reflection on the current state of affairs in Rivers, lamenting that the situation does not reflect the dreams of the founding fathers.
I have listened to various commentaries about Mr. President's decision to invoke the Emergency Proclamation Act. And I ask, where were all these commentators when one-time political allies had minor differences and some politicians choose to take advantage to line their pockets while beating drums of war? Some of our faith leaders took sides rather than call brothers to preach tolerance and forgiveness. And some of our elders seemingly forgot their age-old mediation roles in times past.
He urged citizens to reflect on the actions and inactions that led to the current impasse and challenged leaders to put the interest of Rivers people above personal ambitions.
All through human history, great nations and states have experienced their own mountaintop and valley moments, periods of bitter contention, deep division, and intense struggle. Whether driven by political, sectarian, ethnic, or economic disagreements, these moments often seemed insurmountable at the time, yet they were eventually overcome, not by force of arms or unyielding pride, but when courageous leaders found the humility to sheathe their sword and meet each other at the negotiating table for the greater good of their people.
There are, however, mixed reactions from the people of Rivers State on the performance of the suspended Governor Fubara. Great number of Rivers people commended Governor Fubara's performance and his peaceful disposition in handling the political crisis in the state, saying he is a true God sent to liberate the state. They told Tinubu to allow Fubara to return and steer the affairs of the state, describing the state as a state without direction. In an exclusive interview, Pat Obiene, a Port Harcourt-based social rights advocate, described the administration as a failure and shrouded in impunity and anarchy.
We've seen a government that is interested in curbing impunity and, maladministration and abuse of power as a form of corruption. We will not tolerate that. We will not encourage that. We will not promote such, uncivilized and primitive values that can fast erode the trust of the people in that government. Because we are not an island. These are values that these countries we expect to trade with us, cherish so much, they hold very tenaciously.
A legal practitioner, Samuel Ayasuk, accused the Tinubu administration of flouting the tenets of constitutional democracy in Nigeria and making a mess of the principles of the rule of law, separation of powers, and checks and balance.
And this is a constitutional democracy. And if we practice constitutional democracy, and then, in the same vein, the administration does things that are unconstitutional, then it is at variance with the mandate and then the intendment of the Constitution. You must not violate that which gives you authority. You're not allowed to cherry pick, to choose and pick the ones that suit you and discard the ones that you feel do not suit you.
Ayasuk said the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers was not done in accordance with the provision of the law, saying that a military government in a democratic nation is strange to the law.
The clear instance of Rivers State now being governed by a non-democratically elected person, the entire state being handed over to an individual, a sole administrator, to solely rule is not contemplated under our Constitution.
Other residents called for unity to grow Rivers State. There may be varying opinions on the performance of leaders at the various levels, but what is not arguable is that Nigerians expect a better deal from their leaders to make their life better.
Up ahead, House of Reps adopts conference report on harmonized tax reforms. Senate approves 1.8 trillion naira budget for FCT. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second.
The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Ikechukwu was charged various levels of government in the country to channel more efforts towards getting the youth gainfully engaged. This is help will not only grow the economy, but reduce the high level of crime and other vices in the society. Bishop Egbono made a call when he granted audience to some management staff of Signature TV, which visited him at the Bishop's Court, Oji River. Said that the diocese has evolved several programs and projects to keep the youths busy and empower them for self-sustenance.
I have to hire somebody from the north who is living here now, and we are building a space to start cow rearing. If it works, then we'll get our youths in, and I believe it will work. So this is just my own way of thinking. What can we do to at least contribute so that other churches will see us doing that, they may learn from us, and also continue doing. By the time all of the diocese start thinking that way, before long, we may swallow some of these excesses coming up. And now what I'm saying is not just prophecy. It is also predicted by American 2030 trend. You can Google it off. That says that Nigeria will be 70% youth and 30% elders, and there will be no job, and these youths will become volatile and violent, and there will be violence in Nigeria, which is already happening here and there. And the government is not thinking about the demography and trying to create a solution to that, which is something that we don't have anywhere in view. But apart from that, also, what is the church doing? So when you mentioned the nursing school we are building, I didn't build the nursing school because I have the money. I was only thinking, how can we help our young people who probably want to go to school but they cannot access admission from other places? I was in the US. I find that nurses are the biggest export of Philippines, the US, and Indians. So we can actually export labor from Nigeria if we train nurses well. So I have to go to meet a nursing school in America to have an alignment with them. That people finish here and go there to finish. So we are signing the agreement gradually. So that people who come here can actually finish here and go there and complete up. I've also submitted a letter of intent to NUC to expand it beyond nursing to other medical lines and other part of university studies.
The Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Barry Kumado, commended the Bishop for his giant strides in Oji River since he assumed office, ranging from education, vocation, entrepreneurship, and renewed tempo in evangelism. He assured him of the willingness of Signature TV to collaborate with him and the diocese to propagate the transformation going on in the area to the world. The Comptroller General of Nigerian Immigration Service, K.N. Nandap, has confirmed the arrest of a wanted suspected kidnapper and ritualist, Obi Levi Obieze, also known as Levi Obu Onyeka, who was earlier declared wanted by the ENUGU State Police Command over his alleged involvement in kidnapping and ritual killings. A statement issued on Thursday by the Public Relations Officer of Immigration Service, A.S. Akinabi, said the suspect was arrested by men of his service at Baji checkpoint on Badagry Semi Road while attempting to flee the country on a motorcycle. According to the statement, the suspect is currently in custody and that his identity has been confirmed through a National Identity Management Commission enrollment slip found in his possession. Statement added that the Nigeria Immigration Service is collaborating with the Nigeria Police Force for the suspect's handover and further investigation while reaffirming its commitment to border security. Suspect is reported to have admitted to the alleged crimes during the initial questioning. Signature TV correspondent Ngona Wado earlier visited the Zagu local government area for an on-the-spot assessment of the situation. She also had an interaction with authorities in the area.
Beneath the surface of seemingly peaceful communities, sinister forces can operate undetected. The discovery of a ritual syndicate in Umojo, Umumbandiago reveals what could happen under the shadow of communities and the importance of vigilance and collective actions. The activities in Umumbandiago are a grim reminder that reports of ritual killings are not just fairy tales, but stark realities, not as distant from us as we may think. The latest incident, which is the adoption of a 13-year-old girl by a gang led by self-acclaimed native doctor Onyeka Obu, popularly known as Ide Play, Ide Show, has sent shockwaves to the area, the entire Enugu state, and beyond. The incident, which occurred in Umojo, Ishago, Mumba Autonomous Community, has sparked widespread outrage and concern.
My father and I were collecting firewood to process Gary when we encountered a group of men. They tricked my father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against him. They abducted me and tied me up, intending to use me for rituals.
Chairman of Ezago local government area, who had earlier visited the scene of the incident, provided a detailed account of the incident, sharing a harrowing tale of the girl's ordeal. He confirmed that the rescued 13-year-old girl was taken to the hospital where she was examined by a doctor and declared medically healthy. Chairman urged community members to be vigilant and speak out against evil whenever they occur, emphasizing the need for solidarity and community action.
In their numbers, because we have neighborhood, with the neighborhood watch within the area, had to go to that particular house. In the course of searching for that child, because the father is from the community, he narrated what happened. And an eyewitness observed a noise or a cry of a child and described from the father's account of it that a bike also entered there. So hearing that cry of a child and the bike that entered where he sees no road, he now confronted the owner of the house. What is actually happening inside their compound? And the man tried to dissuade him that it could be the goat or something like that. So the man, sensing that it could be something worse than that, and he's alone, had to now allow the community that are already in charge of the search of the missing child. So their collaborative effort led them into that house. And when the owner of the house, who actually knew what happened, noticed that they are coming in their numbers, because they were to interrogate him and find out more, he now escaped because they were not sure at that point in time. Neighborhood Watch. The essence of Neighborhood Watch is to help in police, in community policing. And it was through their effort this thing was achieved. So the problem we usually have is that the criminal is still a human being from a particular community. But we'll keep on fighting it this way because they will keep on being after a lot. They understand. That's why if you see this kind of a thing, you do things that will deter others from joining crime.
A community leader in the area, Chibato Keke, emphasized the importance of staying focused on productive endeavors, cautioning the youth against the dangers of criminal activities. He encouraged them to channel their energy towards positive pursuit, ensuring a brighter future for themselves and their community.
Advice goes to the parents. Don't leave it for the teacher or for your whoever. Teach your children what they will be in future, what they will do, the road they will follow, how to respect people, how to follow this world. This world is vanity upon vanity. But if you go and get money from him, see your children, see your mates, why are you here disturbing me? The child can go out and do whatever he wants to do and come back, even use his mother.
The divisional police officer for Umumba Division, Emeka Ichie, declined to speak to Signature TV on the incident, saying he was not authorized to do so. In Enugu, Ugon Nowalo reporting for Signature TV.
The full tax reforms proposed by President Bola Tinubu and forwarded to the National Assembly may soon become laws, bringing some sweeping changes to Nigeria's tax system, as the House has given its nod to the harmonized reports put forward by the Conference Committee of the two chambers. This is part of the decisions of the House during its last plenary.
The House of Representatives has adopted the harmonized report of its Conference Committee with the Senate on 4 critical tax reform bills. The bills now await transmission to President Bola Tinubu for assent. Presenting the report during plenary, the chairman of the House Committee on Finance, James Falake, outlined the outcome of the joint conference work, which reconciled differences between the two chambers.
The report of the Conference Committee on a bill for an act to provide for the assessment, collection of, and accounting for revenue accruing to the Federation, federal, states, and local governments prescribe the powers and functions of tax authorities and for related matters. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House do receive the report of the Conference Committee on a bill for an act to repeal the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act number 13, 2007.
The House subsequently resolved into a committee of supply to formally consider and adopt harmonized reports. Lawmakers, however, issued a caution against unauthorized alterations to the final documents as they proceed to the presidency. Speaking during the session, Ahmed Jaha and Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu both stressed the importance of maintaining the integrity of the bills, warning against wrongful insertions.
Before I sit down, I want to throw a warning to the people that are crossing the T's and dotting the I's in a clean-up process as part of our resolution. We have resolved that while cleaning these documents, if T is not crossed, as far as this bill is concerned, do not cross it.
And I agree with Honorable Jaha that this bill, that copy presented here by the chairman, is a copy the presiding officers would like to see as he progressed to Mr. President.
Earlier in the day, the House passed the 1.48 trillion naira 2025 appropriation bill for Rivers State for second reading, with Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Rivers State Oversight, Julius Ehombere, leading the debate.
I rise to move that the bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Rivers State Government Statutory Revenue Fund of the Rivers State account the total sum of 1,481 billion naira, while the sum of 324 billion naira only is for infrastructure.
The House directed that the ad hoc committee conclude its legislative work on the Rivers State budget before resumption on June 17. The House Committee on Area Councils and Ancillary Matters, however, queried the FCT Minister of State, Dr. Maria Bunkure, for failing to defend the 2025 budget for area councils. Committee Chairman Fred Abedi described her absence as unacceptable, warning that it could jeopardize proper legislative scrutiny. He stressed that the budget segment under her supervision was not covered when FCT Minister Nyesom Wike appeared before another committee. Dr. Bunkure apologized, citing short notice, and requested for more time to prepare. She was unable to disclose the total proposed sum for her agencies.
Again, Parliament budget process is started by the committees before plenary. That is the transparency the entire world wants to see. And we can't be in government in federal capital and not handle things transparently, because this is the first and focal point of the world to Nigeria. FCT ministers did not present their budget to the committee, and they did not come to defend their budget, because when the national, or what do you call it, the federal minister was there making presentation, none of us here were in that hall.
I want to make an appeal that this head of SDAs, they are ready, they have their budget. If given the time to go and look at it, they're given a timetable for them to come for the defense individually, how the money has been put, and then how it is going to be spent for it to be well appropriated.
Still from the Green Chamber, the members have resolved to investigate the activities of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, (NELFund), over allegations of unethical practices in the disbursement of student loans. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Aliyu Mustafa, who called for intervention of the House. Mustafa noted that Student Loans Act 2024 was enacted to guarantee transparent, timely, and equitable access to interest-free loans for all Nigerian students pursuing higher education.
The House notes that the Student Loans Access to Higher Education Act 2024 was enacted to ensure transparent, timely, and equitable access to interest-free loans for all Nigerian students pursuing higher education.
The House urged NELFund authorities to implement IT solutions to enhance verification and streamline internal processes, and to report any institution in violation of the Act or its guidelines to the relevant authorities for appropriate sanctions. In yet another resolution, the House urged the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to restore efficiency, professionalism, and dignity in Nigerians' foreign missions in the United States of America. The decision was taken following a motion of public importance sponsored by the Minority Leader, Kingsley Chinda, and 4 others. Chinda raised concern over the state of infrastructure, unpaid and arrears of staff salaries for over a year.
The House notes with utmost concern disturbing and embarrassing findings discovered at the recent oversight visit of the Nigerian United States of America Parliamentary Friendship Group to the Nigerian mission houses in the New York, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. The House also notes that mutual diplomatic representation is very crucial for promoting understanding and international cooperation amongst various countries, and projecting a positive image of Nigeria among Committee of Nations.
The National Assembly has proceeded on break ahead of the Salah celebrations and June 12 public holiday.
The Nigerian Senate has approved a 2025 statutory appropriation bill for the Federal Capital Territory amounting to 1.8 trillion naira. The bill was presented following the adoption of a harmonized report jointly prepared by the Senate and House committees on the FCT. First introduced on May 14, 2025, the budget underwent thorough clause-by-clause scrutiny before being passed.
The overhead, which constitutes 19.41% of the total budget, while the personnel costs constitute 8.29% of the budget. So the total recurrent of the budget is 27.69, while the total capital is 72.31%. Out of the 72.31%, 85% of the capital is dedicated to ongoing projects. So only 50% of the capital is for.
During the plenary session, senators praised the budget's strong focus on capital expenditure, with over 72% allocated to infrastructural development. Senate President Godswill Akpabio emphasized the critical importance of sound planning in the budget process.
Would dovetail into other areas of Nigeria. It is now my privilege to pray that the budget pass will not only benefit the capital expenditure of FCT, will also benefit the human development of the residents of FCT and lead to influx of foreign direct investment into Nigeria, giving Nigeria a better global image in the community of state and national capitals across the world.
The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja on Thursday upheld the election of Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State, dismissing the case by Asu Ighodalo, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the September 21, 2024 governorship election in the state. In its judgment, panel ruled that Ighodalo, alongside other petitioners like the Accord Party, failed to call competent witnesses to prove the allegations of non-compliance with the Electoral Act. In the lead judgment read by Justice Wilfred Bochi, the tribunal stated that non-compliance must be proven convincingly, noting that the failure of the petitioners to call polling unit officers, presiding officers, or even voters during the election proved fatal to their petition. Ighodalo, who had challenged the judgment of the governorship election tribunal, proceeded to the appeal court, which have now thrown out the case, leaving him with the Supreme Court as the last court of resort. In its immediate response, the PDP said the verdict of the appellate court will be contested at the Supreme Court. Okpebholo of the All Progressives Congress (APC) secured 291,667 votes to defeat PDP's Ighodalo, who got 247,274 votes, and Olumide Akpata of the Labour Party (LP), who came a distant third in the race with 22,763 votes. The city of Aba, Abia State on Wednesday turned tragic as a towering advertising billboard collapsed and several tricycles carrying passengers, leaving one person dead and many others injured. Incident which happened along the ever-busy Aba-Owerri Road, close to the Salat Market Junction, known for heavy commercial tricycle, left a scene of chaos, injuries, and heartbreaks. High-tension electricity poles and wires were also destroyed in the process, plunging the area into darkness. Eyewitness accounts said about 6 tricycles were trapped under the wreckage. One of the eyewitnesses, James A.K., said a billboard had been standing for years but came down after strong winds uprooted its base during the storm.
Yeah, I'm true.
Including Ruben Eze and Matthew Madwabuchi, described the incident as a wake-up call for authorities responsible for approving and monitoring physical structures to carry out regular inspections and enforce strict compliance with building standards. Traditional rulers in Benue State have issued a fresh 14-day ultimatum to nomadic headers and suspected terrorists, demanding that they vacate the state's farmlands or face severe consequences. The directive was jointly declared by the Tall Chief and Chairman of Benue State Traditional Council, Professor James Ayase, and the Ochi Idoma, John Elago Odobo, on behalf of the Benue State Traditional Council. Announcement was made during a town hall meeting at a new banquet hall of a government house, Makudi. Traditional rulers decried a worsening insecurity across the state, particularly the killings allegedly carried out by armed militias suspected to be Fulani headsmen. National Identity Management Commission, NIMSE, plans to register 95% of Nigerians in the National Identity Database by December 2025. Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote said during a briefing in Abuja that the plan includes boosting infrastructure, expanding registration centers, and launching public awareness campaigns. Said the present enrollment of about 85 million Nigerians falls short of the estimated 220 million population. Koka Odusote highlighted efforts to enhance public trust and data security. Said initiatives will give Nigerians control over their data via NIN authentication, partnering with security agencies to combat fake NIN sites, collaborating with the Nigerian Data Protection Commission to train staff handling data. NIMSE, she said, aims to integrate systems across ministries, departments, and agencies through a new public key infrastructure, promote digital signing and seamless document sharing, key to advancing Nigeria's digital economy. Still to come, Palestinians inspect damage at site of Israeli strike in Gaza's Jabalia. Russian drone attack kills one civilian in Sami region, Ukraine says. Do stay with us.
Every second,
Former Mauritanian Minister of Economic Affairs, Sidi Ould has been elected as a new president of the African Development Bank, AFDB. The announcement was made this afternoon during the AFDB's conference in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Ould succeeds Nigeria's Akinwumi Adesina, who has led the bank for the past decade. Adesina's tenure concludes later this year, making way for Ould's leadership. A South African murderer and two accomplices were sentenced to life imprisonment on Thursday for trafficking a then 6-year-old daughter in a case that gained nationwide attention since the child went missing last year. Kelly Smith, a boyfriend, Jacqueline Apollis, and their friends Tivino Van Rijn were convicted of kidnapping and trafficking the girl, Jocelyn Smith, after they disappeared from a small town in the Western Cape for kidnapping the three, were given 10-year jail terms. In a trial that shocked the country, a witness said Kelly Smith told her that she had sold her daughter to a Sangoma, or traditional healer, for 20,000 rand, and that the girl was desired for her eyes and skin. Jocelyn Smith has still not been found despite an extensive police search.
To announce the sentences at the same time, because your sentences are the same, I'm not going to draw any distinction. On the human trafficking charge, you are sentenced to life imprisonment. On the kidnapping charge, you are sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Because I've imposed life imprisonment, there is no need for me to rule on the concurrency of the sentences, because by operation of law, it will be served.
We are very happy about the sentence. This week is Child Protection Week. This case is a testimony of the NPA's conferment in protecting the rights of children. The theme of Child Protection Week is South Africa's children. It's all of our responsibility. That is also what the judge spoke to about today. Sadly, the 6-year-old Jocelyn Smith is still missing.
We are continuing day and night looking for Jocelyn, and we're still appealing to everybody that let's work together to find the missing child and all other missing child out there that have not had the opportunity to be heard, to have a case brought forward.
Palestinians searched through the rubble of a house in Gaza's Jabalia on Thursday following an Israeli strike. Several people were killed and wounded in the strike, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, and relatives at the site. Israel resumed its offensive in March after the collapse of a US-backed ceasefire that had halted fighting for 2 months.
We were sleeping, unarmed, and we have children. Suddenly we woke up to the sound of a powerful hit, strike, that shook us. We woke up at around 12:30 a.m. We found ourselves under the rubble, our children under the rubble, women in pieces, the elderly in pieces. No one has any connection to any organization or anything. We are just people who keep to ourselves. My children were in pieces in front of us. My father and mother too were in pieces. My brother's 2 little girls, children who were born after 18 years of marriage, were also martyred. It was a massacre, a tragedy. And all of this is happening because the world is just watching. No one is asking the Jews, Israelis, why are you doing this? This war.
That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Evening.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient, to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community need to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. When we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have changed behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, the school health program is not even noticed. We have the school health program where the nurse takes care of the school child, both ensuring that the learning condition is conducive, ensuring that that child is well prepared for academics, ensuring that that child has good nutrition that will make that child be healthy to receive learning. And also, we also go about engaging them in extracurricular activities, games, physical and health education, having them to do that. In those days, in my own time, we do Oga, we do swear. But now we have them go do play chess, do other things that will make the school child healthy.
Welcome to Signature Evening, your one-stop weekday program on Signature TV. My name is Queensley Rowland. And of course, the highlights for today, we bring you Tinubu's emergence as APC governor's candidate for 2027. It's no news that APC governors has reinstated Tinubu as their candidate for the presidential election, the general election come 2027 as a presidential candidate. We're going to have a little discussion around this development, and afterwards we will talk about gains of the National Sports Festival in Ogun State. The National Sports Festival finished in Ogun State. We'll just have a little discussion on how it went and the gains, the development, and everything that happened afterwards, and even during the sports festival. And last but not the least on the list is human rights and national cohesion, Nigeria's perspective. And we're going to have our regulars, we'll have our evening show retrospect where we have a review of some of the interviews that we had earlier this week and the week before. We'll highlight some of the interesting interviews, mostly in high demand. And afterwards, we'll have Fashionista chat box. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube 247 and we're on SLTV channel 265. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you politicals. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, your pocket.
Welcome back. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 2027 presidential bid received a resounding endorsement as governors elected on the platform of the APC, of the All Progressive Congress APC, and the leadership of the National Assembly declared their unanimous support for his re-election. The endorsement came during the APC National Stakeholders Summit at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. As the Tinubu administration approaches midway into its 4-year first term, party leaders, ministers, legislators, and strategic stakeholders gathered to review the progress of the Renewed Hope agenda and chart the party's path towards 2027. The Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, led by its chairman, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, moved the motion to adopt President Tinubu as the party's candidate for the 2027 election. And to have the conversation around Tinubu's emergence as APC governor's candidate for 2027, we have Obiora Odo, who is a public servant. Good evening, Obiora.
Good evening.
Welcome to the program. And just as to this development, what would you have to say about Tinubu as being emerged as the APC governor's candidate for 2027's election?
The Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he was a senator. If you look at the trajectory and what got him to the present position that he has, even during the Nadeko days, during General Sani Abacha's experience, he has traversed through all the nooks and crannies to attain this level of position that he has become as the President of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. He has done well over the past 2 years. Let's say 2 years.
You really agree to that assertion?
To me, he has been able to plug the leakages in terms of the subsidy regime. He's been able to plug that. So I think he's on a part of yes.
Okay, so what other things would you like to highlight? You just highlighted the subsidy leakages.
Then the subsidy regime. Having said that, then we'll talk about the NEL fund, where you give student loan. He has been able to come up with an idea to give life to ideas. Then he has been able to address the housing concerns in terms of housing and urban renewal. Like we have the Renewal Hope housing scheme at Kasana in Abuja, which is going to spread across the 774 local governments across the country, which is going to mitigate the housing crisis. Apart from that, we have other programs in the health sector, like the insurance scheme that has been reviewed to accommodate the private citizens, for them to enroll, to really work with the HMOs to contribute a contributory scheme to address their health concerns.
Okay, so in general, you support this movement, this endorsement for 2027?
Of course.
Okay, so how does this early endorsement impact internal party democracy within the APC?
I would like to say the impact, I see nothing wrong with it. I see nothing wrong with it. If you do the right things at the right time, I see nothing wrong with it, except for people who have pecuniary interests, like people who do endorsements based on personal interests. But for me, it has been challenging, and let me go to the defections that
that has been happening recently.
It's not healthy in a competitive atmosphere. It's not healthy, and we wouldn't like a situation where we have a one-party system.
I was going to highlight that.
So we need to do certain things. If we are going to criticize, we have to be constructive in criticism, and those people making endorsements or a kind of endorsing the president based on pecuniary interest or mundane things, they are wrong. If what is good, what is bad is bad. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not just for personal interest, for personal benefits. So what I'm saying is that the president is doing well. He has done well. So far, so good. That's what I said. Okay,
we are still in the early political cycle. This is just 2 years in office, and already they are endorsing him for 2027. He has never finished his first tenure. So what would you say are the real factors, the key factors that have prompted this movement?
If I'm, maybe I didn't get you.
I'm saying
Repeat.
It's just 2 years in office, right? Yes. And we have 4 years tenure, so he has like 2 years more to go. And already they're so convinced, and they've already endorsed him as the presidential candidate for 2027. What would you think are the major key factors that contributed to this within the APC? Is it just the systemic nature of having to go for a second tenure just because you won the first tenure, or there are other factors I think that are contributing to it?
There are other factors. That's just the truth. There are other factors. Like I said, pecuniary interests, people who are only after their own personal interests will do everything. So, like in Igbo language, you say Ojebogo. Ojebego.
So another, you said personal interest. Is this, if he gets into power, do you think they're like other, how would I say it, like certain opportunities that would come to them as well?
Possibly. Possibly. They are not jokers. These guys are real. These guys are real. They have their own interest attached to everything, to every interest, a kind of one that any subject that they have interest in. So what we have now is a class of politicians who are so interested in their own affairs, especially what we call it in philosophy is Platonism, self-interest with pleasure.
Interesting. So would you see this endorsement as a show of unity in the APC, or is a move to, you know, sideline internal oppositions within APC?
I think what we have seen, even with the new entrants into the political affairs of the party called APC, continue to show and signify a kind of, what do I call it? Let's say the real APC governors, they won through the platform. APC is only a platform, just like PDP, APGA, Labour Party, and all other parties like Alliance, AA, and all that, Action Alliance. Now, but what we've seen is people who are jittery, a kind of feeling challenged, and in the course of that challenge, they are coerced into joining a party because they want to skin a new term. That's just it. Okay. Not that they have genuine interest in the matters of public importance.
Okay, we have 2 years left before this tenure is over, for the 5 years term they're supposed to serve, not just presidents, but the governors as well that were elected in 2023 elections. How might these early endorsements, you know, affect governance and focus within APC? Because personally, I feel we still have a long way to go. You know, ideas might change, people might change, and they might want to, anything can actually happen. But having this early endorsement, do you see it that it might actually, you know, shift the focus from the 2 years we still have ahead to something else?
Well, I beg to differ. It's normal in the polity. What we do here in Nigeria, the way we play politics, is going to affect the next poll very well, either positive or negative. But I feel it is not right to make an endorsement when an ongoing tenure is yet to finish. So all those people who are eager or who readily endorsed a particular position, they're doing it out of their selfish interests.
So do you think this is going to shift the attention away from pressing national problems, like the issue of insecurity, inflation, unemployment, and the rest of it? Would people just start, you know, having a campaign instead of focusing on what they are in office to do?
Exactly. That's my take. The issue of insecurity, the issue of insecurity in particular, is so, I don't know how to say it, but it's so important because we have to address it. The community policing, through addressing it by communal understanding and engagement with traditional leaders. That's why we continue to call for constitutional rule for traditional rulers. They will come in through that, maybe through community county council, which has been tested in other areas in terms of administration to address concerns and alternative dispute arrangement. Is going to cause a very big problem because it's a distraction. What I'm trying to say is that people making endorsement is a distraction to the president. There are things, jobs to be done, to be delivered, whether delegated or not. There are jobs to be done, especially security, education, health, agriculture,
unemployment,
the farmer headers crisis, unemployment, because agriculture will accommodate, all those sectors will accommodate people who are unemployed. If we do concentrate mechanized farming, do cash crops, we will mechanize it, people will definitely work. They will earn their living through agriculture, through health, through education, public utilities, like water resources. We talk about the river basins, the Imo River Basin. We talk about irrigation, Fadama. Fadama 1, we had Fadama 1, 2, 3, which is targeted on irrigation when you do urban farming. We need to encourage urban farming, where people use bags of cement to plant. It has worked everywhere.
And it's still working.
And it's still working. So my take, government don't need to overstretch so many things in terms of doing everything is about party. It is not going to be so if we are going, if you want to get things right. What we have to do is that we have to do things accordingly, using our law together.
Okay, we just highlighted one of the effects of these things being a distraction. Let's look at it as a strategy to retain power in 2027. Do you think that these endorsements, these early endorsements that has been going on, and let's not forget the fact that people have been defecting massively from other political parties to the current, to the leading party APC, and therefore leaving so many parties having internal crisis and all the rest of it. Keeping that in mind, do we see this as a way to neutralize possible oppositions and challenges within the APC and even outside with other political parties?
His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a politician. A seasoned one. He's not a joker.
So are others not politicians?
He's not a meal of multitude that you can just wave off. He is committed, and I know he's up to the game. He wants a second term. He will get it. And all these things are not just mere games. Even with the workings by the FCT Minister, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, these are not something that you just wave off. They are serious. The game is on. Let's say, he's going to get the second tenure.
Honestly. Okay, so looking at other angles, even with how the president is, earlier he traveled to France, he not really in quote unquote what happened. We know maybe he had health issues and all the rest. Do you think that with the way things are in the country now, do you think he has the strength to carry on for the rest of the 6 years to go? Peradventure he wins in 2027.
Senator Bola Tinubu is no older than President Obasanjo.
But I mean, Obasanjo was president years ago.
And he's still here and still making contribution, writing letters.
But not handling the position of being a president.
I know. But he's still an asset Then he's not older than President Buhari. So I think he's on the right path. I feel he's on the right path. Nigeria will get better if what he has said in terms of renewal hope agenda is, when we stick to the plan, everything will be fine.
Okay, so let's look at, earlier we talked about insecurity, highlighted some of the problems that we've been facing in the country. Do you think Tinubu is really addressing the regional problems that we've been facing, especially in the Southeast?
Well, in the matter of security, you know, he inherited a government. He just inherited the insecurity aspect of the insecurity aspect. He inherited it, and I know what he has done to mitigate the present situation by appointing an Igbo man, from the Southeast, the chief of naval staff. He did it. I think also the person in charge of the CG prisons is even from someone from the Southeast. So some certain things are strategic. Some things are being done underground that people don't even know.
Okay.
And I'm sure with the NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, and other Southeast leaders, like presently, Senator Ken Namani, former Senate President, was appointed to as a chairman of the Governing Council of National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, near Jos. So these are the things we do, or government do, to a kind of address a particular yearning from people and address certain challenges, because security is everybody's business. You cannot just say, like Governor Peter Mba is not doing anything. Like I've seen people talk, he's not doing so. It is not like that. Security is everybody's business. You have to give back to the society. That's how it is. Okay,
so how do you think the other parts, the citizens, would actually receive this information? And putting in mind Tinubu's economic reforms, the fuel subsidy that you had mentioned before, the currency devaluation, and so many other reforms. Do you think that this will affect his popularity come 2027?
Definitely. Is going to be a determinant, maybe a factor, not determinant in entirety. Is going to, let's factor it into considerations, but it has to be personal interests and not in its entirety, because the president gave reasons for removing subsidy. He gave reasons for the student loan. He gave reasons for the farmers' grant in terms of agriculture. He gave reasons. In fact, he even mooted the idea of raising a forest guard to address the farmers' herders crisis. So I think he's on the right path. And with this done, we will live our lives normally. Everything, even before the election, these efforts could cushion the effects before time.
So, people's perception of this endorsement, how do you think people are receiving this news so far? Do you think they are happy about it, or they are strongly opposing and waiting for election day to vote him out of power? What do you really think?
People are struggling.
Exactly, I understand.
Take that home. People are struggling. People are suffering. That's why Fela said suffering and smiling. That's the Nigeria Nigeria for you. People are suffering. Even the president acknowledges that he has done.
He's acknowledging that's enough already.
But he said we have to be patient for the future.
I want to say it's 2 years already. We have 2 more years to go.
Years, yes.
So peradventure he wins. We have 6 more years to go. So at what point are we going to be rewarded for this suffering?
You don't even have 6 years to go. He has only 2 years.
He
has only 2 years.
I mean, because
when the election comes, the electorates will
decide.
Electors will decide. Yes.
Okay. I mean, we are in Nigeria.
It's not a conclave. Everybody
Okay.
sees that. Yeah.
What narrative do you think the APC is pushing with these announcements at a very early time? I mean, it's not like other people have brought out their own candidates. It's not even time for that yet. So do you think this early announcement, what narrative are they trying to push out there? Are they trying to scare others away?
Professor Ganduje is a smart man. He's the national chairman of the APC, the All Progressive Congress. He's a smart man, and he has done a lot. He has been able to make sure that they took Edo.
Right before their eyes.
Yeah, right before their eyes. Then Anambra, they're looking at Anambra, and some people think that it's just mere talk.
So we'll not be surprised if they take APGA
I wouldn't be surprised if they take APGA.
That's really, because I know someone has actually, on one of the conversations we had here before now, someone actually said that this is politics and this is Nigeria, that anything is really possible.
It's a game.
The same, it's not just Anambra, they're highlighting the Southeast as a whole to take over the Southeast. Yeah. But looking forward, how do you expect opposition parties like PDP, the Labour Party, APGA, and to respond to this move? It's such an early move, and these parties are parties that have internal crisis going on. They're still trying to put their own house in order, and people that then APC already has their the presidential candidates for 2027 elections. So how could they influence their own candidates' selection strategies as well?
Now, I expect. Thank you for this question. I expect the stakeholders, the real stakeholders of a party like People's Democratic Party, to consider the statements of His Excellency Sule Lamido, former governor of Jigawa, on what he said about PDP. People who were when they formed the party, were there when they formed the party, like His Excellency Okwesile Zenwodo, like President Obasanjo, like President Jonathan. These are the people who are expected to key into a system to address once and for all the issue or internal crisis that is in the PDP. I'm using PDP as an illustration. Just like in Labour Party, where you have Aburi and Apapa, there are leaders who are expected to come in to step in and address the whole issue once and for all, and not to be cajoled or be subverted in any way by certain elements hiding under the judiciary to further their ambitions. So, if we want to get the whole thing right, the opposition parties have to go back, either by coalition or individually, address internal crisis within their fold, go back to their leaders, the stakeholders, and address these concerns. And APC will not be difficult to surmount.
It's easier said than done. Okay, does Tinubu's early emergence as a candidate enhance or even threaten internal democracy, even within the APC and the Nigerian politics at large?
By endorsement, at least from the endorsement by the governors, democracy has been really eroded. Some people who are members of APC cannot purchase form because of the endorsement by the governors that the president is their candidate.
Yes.
So, democracy, to my understanding, has already been eroded. No, not even what they even preach is what we see. That's why I said in Nigeria, a kind of democracy we practice is far different from what is in the books. It's not a fair play.
That's a conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. So, looking forward, does this undermine democracy? If this kind of thing tends to happen often, if it becomes the normal thing, the new norm, do you think, how do you think we're going to keep up with it and still uphold the fact that we are a democratic nation?
Do you know I fear for Nigeria? I've said it numerous times. Since this week I've been saying it.
What's your fear?
Bad precedent. You see, nepotism. In appointing positions, we have a whole lot of strategic positions allotted to a particular indigenous group, which is not fair. Some might remain silent, but they're waiting for their turn. Just like our president will say, Emiloko.
I was going to say that.
So, look at it. They're waiting for their turn. And
like
you can't
it's
stop
a
them.
birthright.
And you can't stop them. So, it's not fair. We talked about restructuring. Nobody's saying anything about restructuring. The kind of our chief, His Excellency Emeka Anyoku, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, talked about a brand new constitution for the country, which is right. I think if President Tinubu wants to get it right, he should consider what he said, Emeka Anyoku said. Because the 1999 constitution is not working at all. And it was a military constitution. And they said, we the people, who were the people that sat at the Constituent Assembly to raise such constitution on an emergency situation by the time Abacha died. So who were the people that raised the 1999 constitution? Then we talk about certain things that are in the constitution that favors only Lagos. You talk about the situation where you have CBN, everything is Lagos. Federal Airport Authority, Lagos. Okay, look at the judgment. Some people call it landmark judgment at the Supreme Court of the National Lottery Regulatory Commission and National Lottery Trust Fund. I'm not sure if you're familiar with these organizations that I talked about. I just said mentioned. Now. And now said that lottery is in the residual list. It is a residual matter that should reside with the state governments. Why we know that federal government regulates internet and that everything is online. So, how do you address the issue of national security that comes with it? Because national lottery, which is played, even they play beyond borders, has to do with the Office of National Security Advisor, National Financial Intelligence Unit, the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, that has to do with address the money laundering concerns. You now say it's a residual matter because Lagos is involved. Now, how will you now react when another person from another region enters as a president? These are the things that are supposed to be addressed. I fear for Nigeria for one reason. The way we are going now, too sectional, it is not good. We need to be objective in whatever we are doing, accommodate all interests, seek a common ground, and it will be Merry Christmas for everyone.
And not just common interests, and not just personal interests,
Yes,
rather.
yes.
Let's look at the fact that earlier this year, not earlier, I think a few weeks back, the sub-governors had one way or indirectly endorsed the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It happened in Akwa Ibom State and also ENUGU State and some other states as well. We saw that the president visited Anambra State a few weeks ago as well. Do you think that all these things are sort of fueling the anticipation for 2027 elections and giving them the reassurance that he is going to come back in 2027?
Like I said earlier, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a politician, very strategic. I can vouch for his intellectual capacity in reaching out for his goals. I think what happened in ENUGU is not even an endorsement, but the governor showed that, Peter Mba showed that
he's pleased
with the president. And the president equally. He was the first person that said that His Excellency Peter Mba is doing well, has done well, that he's personal friend. And so where the real endorsement came from was from even Anambra and Akwa Ibom, where Governor Umoeno, yes, has expressed his. I'm wondering why he's not yet. He has not prosecuted
PDP yet.
Just like Sheriff and Ifeanyi Okowa. I wonder why Ifeanyi Okowa became the running mate to Abubakar Atiku and His Excellency Abubakar Atiku, only for him to jump ship. You know, that's politics. So, what I'm trying to say, President Tinubu cannot put his hand into something he cannot get. The much I know him.
So, so far, how are opposition parties likely to respond to APC's early consolidation?
I will tell you. PDP is finding it difficult to do the needful.
The needful, what do you mean by the needful?
If someone is in your food and has become a kind of throwing spanner into your work, what do? You remove the person. They've not been able to do that. They've not been able to tell themselves the truth. They've not been able to say the truth, to call a spade by its name. They are afraid. Only God knows why and who they are afraid of. That's just it.
Okay, so could this endorsement further polarize national politics?
Yes, it's going to affect the elections generally.
I mean, especially young northern elites with political ambitions.
Their mind is made up. But they need alliance. They need an alliance to achieve whatever thing they want to do. They can't do that alone, because it's still the turn of the South.
Oh, irrespective of how they feel and
yes.
how they want to go about it.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting. So what does this endorsement mean for the future political succession and power rotation in Nigeria? I mean, you just said that it's still the turn of the South. If peradventure, I know it's a rotational thing. So how will what does this endorsement mean for the future of political rotation in Nigeria?
Nigeria has to go back to the drawing table. We need to restructure. We need a new constitution. We need to sit down and talk, to do certain things that are needful, things that are going to address our diverse nature in culture, in religion, and otherwise. It is not about talking about Yoruba presidency or Hausa Fulani presidency or Igbo presidency. We need to move away from ethnic based sentiments and move to a kind of nationalism that's going to favor everyone. We need a new constitution. That is the only thing that is going to address this impending danger. Because the way I see it, there might be an implosion. In the political scenario. Where people are busy fanning the embers of discord. Because where there is distortion in the system, it throws up actors of many kinds. It throws up actors of many kinds, where you see people who don't even know what leadership entails. They come up with their own character, and the society is in danger.
Okay, do you really think can an ongoing coalition unseat Tinubu in 2027, if that's going to be the next strategy to be a strong opposition party against the APC?
With what I've seen now, there is no opposition.
Even if a coalition should happen?
If they are serious about the coalition, I have not seen the likes of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency Peter Obi sit down for a talk. I've not seen them do that. I don't think they are serious.
I mean, it could be in the pipeline, don't you think so?
Whether it's a decoy or they are excited, I wouldn't know. But for you to unseat a government, there must be a coalition. And you have to keep an eye every time on the government and what they do. Because Showore, who was the president of presidential candidate, that was what he was of the other party the other time. He said that the election result is already written for 2027. I don't know where he got the result from, so I wouldn't know, but he said so.
Interesting. Just in a nutshell, because we just have few minutes to go. In a nutshell, so many things has been happening in the political sector in Nigeria. So many defections, cross-carpeting, and pushing for coalition, and now Tinubu emerges as APC governor's candidate for 2027. In a nutshell, what do you think will be the fate of Nigerian politics in few years to come, with the way things are now and how we are going about it?
Now, if you ask me, now that you've asked, let me say so.
Okay.
We always learn from the precedent already that plays out, and now we are not doing good and we are not getting any better. When you have election of grab it, snatch it, wrong with it. It's not something to be celebrated. And when you have a government that eulogizes the wrong things in terms of doing things that kind of favors a particular audience, very wrong. So what we have to do, like I said, His Excellency Emeka Anyaoku, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, did a very nice thing by saying let's go back to the drawing board. Let's get a constitution. I think we should listen to him.
Okay. Our discussion was centered on Tinubu's emergence as APC governor's candidate for 2027. And we had Obiora Odo, who is a public servant, have this conversation and give us his own input on this particular subject matter. Thank you so much, Obiora.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go on a short break. And if you're just joining us, just take time back and watch the interview that we just had now, and then follow us for the next conversation in a few minutes. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day. Every second, every pocket.
Good evening and welcome back. On Signature Sports, as the curtain falls today on the 22nd National Sports Festival, tagged Getaway Games 2024, Delta States are firmly on track to retain their crown, maintaining a commanding lead in the medal standings that all but confirms their 5th consecutive championship. Since the National Sports Festival kicked off on May 16th, over 10,000 athletes have competed across 549 events, chasing 2,150 medals in what has become a spectacular celebration of Nigeria's sporting prowess and unity. The National Sports Commission, after its top management meeting, has announced ENUGU State as the host for the 23rd edition of the National Sports Festival. The Coal City State emerged atop from a competitive bidding process, and the state is set to deliver a world-class event. And to have a conversation around gains of the National Sports Festival in Ogun State, we have our guest in the house, Kelechi Nnaji, who is a football referee and sports journalist. Good evening, Kelechi.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome. Okay, did you attend the sports festival? I know the last time we had a conversation, you said you were going to breeze in and out. So did you attend? How did it go?
That's exactly how it is, breeze in and out, because you know, I'm a very busy person.
Of course, you need money. You can't stay in one place.
Definitely, especially with the Nigerian situation. Yeah, but you know, even if I'm not there, one thing is certain: I will always have someone there. So you know, every day I always had someone there that I, communicated with. So I get to have a feel of everything going on, and I'll tell you, it's actually been a very, brilliant experience. From every information I've gotten from my numerous friends in the games, both athletes and journalists themselves, and the few days I spent there. So I think it was a very well organized sports festival, but there would never be an event without challenges. And the same way, off camera, we just had a little chat, and you mentioned there is no gain without challenges, and there is no challenges without gains. So, I think it's actually been a very brilliant sports festival, and it finally concluded today. Lots of the athletes will be, and the officials will be leaving Ogun State tomorrow. Actually, some have left already. Okay. So, but most of the contingent will be leaving tomorrow. Okay,
since we are talking about the gains of the National Sports Festival, we'll look at the challenges. But now let's focus on the gains. What are the things that you noticed? I don't know the previous one that happened that you'd say made this one better, and some things that were looked into and addressed for this one.
Okay, whenever we talk about events like this, especially in the sports sector, the first thing that comes into consideration is the welfare of the athletes, because they are actually the first players. They are the ones who will always take to the field for the games and the different sports. So if you want to have a successful sports festival, you should always look at improving the welfare of the athletes. And one of the greatest challenges we've always had with the National Sports Festivals will always be transportation and accommodation, and also feeding of the athletes. But the Gateway Games 2024, as it is called, because it was slated for 2024, but then it was moved to 2025 because Ogun State were not ready for it as at 2024. The Gateway 2024, the Gateway Games 2024 has actually proven to be a different kind of sports festival, because the NSC really came into this one with a different approach. They took it upon themselves to make sure that first of all, the athletes were very well camped, and most of the athletes camped in the Babcock University. Yes, they were camped in the Babcock University. That's one of the best private universities we have in the country. You know that. So whenever
you say so, I didn't say so.
I'm actually not selling them, but I think we've heard a lot of things about Babcock University. So I don't have any need to sell Babcock University. But then the athletes were camped there, and they all mentioned that it's actually a good place. The environment, it's
conducive.
It's a conducive. At least no one was complaining about mosquito and all of that. So first of all, you give them a conducive environment. They also commended the feeding,
the food,
yes,
the quality of food.
Yes, they were given food 3 times a day. and the food was always big and has a
I was going to ask what of the quantity.
We can't just mention quality
without quantity.
Yes,
and you're feeding men to start with.
You know, it has the quantity, it has the quality, and it also has a good meat. So, you know, I think that one aside, then the one that became a little bit of a problem at first, but I think it was quickly rectified, was transportation, because most of the games happened far away from Babcock University. You know, some of the games happened in Abeokuta, the other games happened in Shagamu, the other ones happened in Ikene. These are different cities in Ogun State. Like sometimes it is 2 hours apart. So, you know, you're leaving your camp, you're getting into a bus that would drop you off at your, you know, at the venue of your games, and you have a
to train a bit,
2 hours journey. Sometimes when you come down, you feel like a little bit of lag in your legs and all of that. So it's kind of affected.
Did they get time to train at all before?
To rest?
Yes,
to rest and then warm up.
Yes, before.
Not exactly, because I mean, the times for the games had been slated already. So, you know, once you arrive your venue, unless you had a prior agreement with the driver that, okay, my game is by 10 a.m. You know what, I'm going to leave by 6 a.m. So you arrive there by 8 a.m. and then have 2 hours to rest and, you know, prepare. But it depends on the plans of the states, you know, with the particular driver that is supposed to drop them off. And then so many other states actually came with their own drivers. So they weren't relying on the National Sports Festival organizers to provide them transportation, even though it was their duty.
And finding your way around
so
the
states came with their vehicles, and, you know, that way it was easier for them to move. You know, they move whenever they want to move and then get to rest. I think that was the edge. That was the very first edge Delta State had over other states, because they went there with over 15 buses. And, you know, Delta State went with more than 800 athletes. And, you know, it is no surprise that they won the games. So, but
are you going to attribute that to the number of athletes they traveled
Number of
with?
athletes, preparedness. You know, I think they better prepared than every other state. Because, you know, there's always...
But is there no a number? Is there no a limit to how many athletes you can bring in?
Yes.
No,
there is not. It is actually dependent on the qualification procedures.
Okay.
Because if your state has qualified for all the games, no problem. You can bring all your athletes who have qualified. You know, because there was the qualification series, which every state participated in. You know, the problem is that at some point, some states were not participating in some games, probably because they're not aware of the game, or they don't, you know, they have no plans for it, or they don't have any professional athletes in that game.
Is this lapses from the states itself,
Yes.
or from the organizers of the festival?
I think it is lapses from the state itself.
Okay.
Yes,
from the individual states, wherever they're coming from.
I think it's from the individual states.
Okay.
So, you know, but over the years, we've seen how you know, how far Delta State can go in preparing for these games. And like I said, it is no surprise that they've won, you know, and I feel like at this point, even if the games are to be hosted again, they will still win, because they're more ready than every other state. But I think what they're doing is that they're setting the pace for other states. They're setting the example.
I'm very sure some states will show up with more athletes than the previous one.
Definitely. The last National Sports
So let's look at infrastructure. What infrastructural development did you notice happened during this sports festival?
Yes, okay. Yes, that's very, very important, because, you know, the reason why the sports festival didn't hold last year was because infrastructure-wise, Ogun State wasn't ready. So, you know, but they took their time, with, you know, from last year up until this year to fix up things and, you know, improve the already existing infrastructures that they have, like the MK Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta. It was improved. I'm trying to remember the name of the other stadium in Shagamu. Was also improved, because it has to be at the top level to host events. You know, you can't just host events in a depleted, you know, stadium or tracks, or if the swimming pool is you know, it's old. You need to improve it. You need to renovate it. You need to make it a world-class standard. Like we're talking about the Nigerian Olympics here. At this point in the Nigerian sphere, the only games that is bigger than the National Sports Festival is the Olympics. So we call it our own Olympics. This is actually the place we discover our athletes. This is where we discover the best set of legs that we have. And even administratively, this is where we get to find out which state has the capacity, to host games like this, so that in the future we can always look at, okay, Ogun State, they had a successful National Sports Festival. Let's say if Enugu fails to, come up to reach the level of expectations by the time they're supposed to host next year, you can easily switch the phones and say, okay, Ogun, are you ready? We're coming back, and then we all go to Ogun. We've seen that happen in the world stages. We've seen it happen in the African stages before, where states or countries who are meant to host games are not ready, and then we go to the next stage. But I believe Enugu will be ready by next year. I think I'm almost certain about that. But looking at the infrastructural development in Ogun State, I think it's actually commendable because especially the MK Abiola State. It's actually top.
Commendable.
And then, the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Enugu State, Barrister Lloyd Ike Koremadu Jr., who was at the opening ceremony of the Gateway Games and also at the closing ceremony, had promised that Enugu would definitely, take a template from what Ogun State has done and, make sure they improve all the facilities needed for the Coal City Games 2025. It will be hosted in 2026, but it is the 23rd edition of the National Sports Festival. And he has already promised that the Ogu Games Village will be improved. It's actually one of the richest sporting facilities.
In Enugu State,
yes, Ogu.
Okay,
it's located in Ogu.
We'll go into that aspect,
right.
Because Enugu is next to host.
Yes.
We're going to highlight things that we expect from Enugu State. Let's look at expenditure, the financial aspect of this. Was the money, allocated, properly spent, and was there any clear check and balances, accountabilities to these expenditures?
Okay, I think for in that regard, we'll be looking at different states. How prepared they were coming into the National Sports Festival.
No, I'm even talking about Ogun State. The money that was allocated for this.
It was very well utilized. I think I don't know how much.
Or they don't get to vet things like that.
Allocated to them, but I would say Ogun State has actually done a magnificent job, especially in making sure that everyone who came to Ogun State was comfortable. The accommodation, the transportation system, and the facilities. Okay. I think everything was top notch. So if they are answerable to anyone, it has to be the NSC, that's the National Sports Commission. And but I think the only place Ogun State had failed in when it comes to accountability is the place where they had promised to remunerate their athletes, and then it seemed like they had failed on that regard up until yesterday, which led to a protest. Yeah, it led to a protest. The Ogun State athletes protested yesterday that nobody was going to leave the Babcock University where all the athletes were camped because their state had not fulfilled the promise made to them.
What promise did they make to them?
They were promised they will be paid a camp allowance.
Okay.
Okay.
So all